Hello, my friends. It's good to see you. Today is August 2nd, 2022. It's kind of like the official last month of summer. It's kind of sad. It's went very, very quickly. It's great to see everyone here today. I have tried to get in touch with Marissa all day, and apparently, I don't know if she's just finally crashed or what, but we were up very, very late last night, researching, talking, all of that jazz. It's great to see everyone. I did invite Elle. She should be here a little bit later. And I invited Amber, um, who is on sometimes here. So it's great to see everybody. So today I thought we could go over, for those of you that don't know, I used to work at a funeral home. I unfortunately have saw hangings, and I have saw homicides. Um, I've seen a little bit of it all. But in that, sorry, regarding that, I would like to talk about the differentiation between um, self hanging and also strangulation. Uh, no, not that, Amber Cody. No. So I did make a bit of a program that we could go over it, talk about it, discuss it into more detail, and also how we could talk about it regarding to Vaughn's case. I am not a medical examiner. I am not a doctor. I was just a guy that worked at a funeral home. Um, but I have seen a lot and learned a lot in my time with that. It's not a um, any way to diagnose or anything in that matter. It's just what I have learned, some of the definitions and what they mean, and with all of that. So I did send Amber a link. Let me see if she's got it. Hey, I see you. Um, all right. Let me know if that is if the chat's okay. Let me know about that if you don't mind. I'm kind of a little bit under the weather today. I'm like, this eye right here was really like hurting yesterday, and I woke up this morning and it was really kind of swollen and stuff, and I've had to use some antibiotic eye drops. I don't know if I got something in it or what, but I feel like it's been scratched. So, all right, let's get started with this, and we're going to compare it a little bit regarding. So, we're going to be talking. If you guys like to geek out, you're in the right place. Some find this kind of stuff boring, but I think for the deep divers who like to learn the terms, how we can apply them. There she is. Hey, Amber.
Hi, Justin. How are you?
Good. Thank you for
Good.
joining me.
Sorry I'm late.
Thank you. I don't think she's went live today at all. She was up very, very late. But so Amber, we're going to be talking. I worked at a funeral home before, and we're going to be talking about the differentiation of homicidal and suicidal strangulation. And I'm going to show you guys a few examples. And only a licensed medical examiner or a licensed doctor can rule or determine in which neither of these I am. So I just want to give that disclaimer out. I also want to give a trigger warning out. Um, I have a couple photos, but they're not really graphic photos or anything in this. But some of the terms and stuff can be um, a little deep. You know what I
Absolutely.
mean? So,
Absolutely.
so if you are, you don't like to hear these kind of things, I would suggest maybe come back a little bit later or another time when you can possibly stand it. So,
Absolutely.
um, so all right. With that said, here we go. So I'm sorry if you guys can hear that. But hanging can be differentiated by four different types. The first we have is suicidal. Now, this is the most common type of hanging, and this is what is alleged to have happened to Vaughn in this case. The next one is homicidal, and suicidal is most common. Homicidal is the next most common. And homicidal is obviously when you didn't afflict this upon yourself.
Correct.
And that would be the next most uh, often case. So we got most common, often, and then we have judicial. Judicial is, you could say, governments, that kind of thing where you feel like you're in school. Good. Judicial is where, which obviously, thank God, we don't have really hangings anymore. I think there's a couple states where you can actually still choose it if you want, but that is obviously if you're on the death penalty. But there is still many countries within the world that still does judicial hangings, and that is rare, especially in the Western world. But now we have accidental. Accidental hangings do happen.
Mhm.
However, it's generally within something like a child, um, a baby, something like that. And they are rare, but still, they do happen. So those are the four different types of hangings: suicidal, most common, homicidal, often, judicial, rare but still happens, accidental, rare, generally children. All right. Hanging is that form of a violent asphyxiated death, which is caused by the suspension of the body by a ligature which encircles the neck, the constricting force being the weight of the body. The main cause of death in hanging is asphyxia and venous congestion. Now, the oh crap, sorry. The term of asphyxia is a condition arising when the body is deprived of oxygen, causing unconscious or death, suffocation. So that is, most people do know what asphyxia is, um, but nevertheless, let's learn these terms. Venous congestion definition is the overfilling and distension of the veins with blood as a result of a mechanical obstruction uh, or the right of ventricular failure. Now, mechanical means there has to be some type of object that has to obstruct uh, the veins, uh, to put it.
Now, Justin, in your experience, would that show most commonly when the body would be found, or would that is that something that's just internally, and then once an autopsy is done, you can see
Uh,
that, or
no, you will see that generally immediately.
okay, that's
Generally, and
okay.
we'll uh, we'll
Touch on
definitely
that.
go.
Okay.
Yes, for sure. So the main cause of death is hanging is asphyxia, and we just call it congestion mainly. And so now there's different types, like we went through earlier. There's different types of hangings. There is self, judicial, accidental. Those. So a complete hanging is in which no part of the body is touching the ground. We call those complete hangings. Complete hangings is there is no object uh, of your body that can touch the ground whatsoever. Thank you, Crimea River. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. The whole body, the is the weight of your entire body is suspended off the ground
Okay.
completely. In this, the trachea is always suppressed. I don't think
Okay.
it's um, and when your trachea is suppressed, you will obviously have asphyxia, which we talked about later or earlier, and that is where you are deprived of oxygen, causing unconsciousness, death, or also known as suffocation. You will die if you are completely suspended off the ground and you can't touch the ground at all. So
Now,
that, yes, go ahead. Hmm.
just a little bit on anatomy, just because I don't know too much about the trachea.
Hmm.
But is the trachea something that can um, be completely ruined, and like it has to be actually reconstructed for it to go back to where it could work, or
Well, in this type that we're talking here,
hmm
with a complete hanging,
hmm
there is no.
got
It's
it.
completely
Okay.
ligatures.
It essentially
The
breaks.
the
It breaks
vein,
it,
the
cuts it
vein.
off.
Yes,
Okay.
the vein system, uh, jugular, everything is completely.
Got it.
Yes, this is rough to talk about, guys. So I'm
Uh,
for most people, So I just want to warn people, but I think it's important that we know um, the difference. You know
mhm.
what I mean? Uh, if we really want to learn. Okay, so this is called seno. I can never say it.
Stenosis?
Yeah, stenosis.
No, it's I'm part of it
Oh,
hard.
okay. And some people even get this in cold climates. And like this person here is probably alive in this photo, but like the ends of they lose like oxygen and stuff in their fingertips. It happens uh even with a lot of people with autoimmune diseases and
Mm-hmm.
that kind of thing. Um so but this is something that happens uh, in complete, what we call complete hangings. Uh, what does synos? I swear to God, I never could say it even in school.
Stenosis. We got you.
Cyanosis, I get tongue tied, meaning medically. It means a bluish color to the skin, or the mucous membrane is usually due to a lack of oxygen in the blood. Um, it's not really a pooling of blood. It's just like the lack of oxygen in the. I guess it could be considered a pooling of blood, but pooling of blood, we usually have a different term for that. The and that is the medical term of that.
And the discoloration is due to
The the
no longer good blood getting there, right? So it
it's just no oxygen in
got it.
that area of
Okay.
so whenever there's no oxygen in that, when we're dead, we turn all bluish,
Sorts of
so
colors.
because there's no our blood is not oxygenated.
Okay.
So thank you guys. um so we call this venous congestion, and it's due to obstruction of the jugular uh, and venous, of the vein system. uh, the jugular vein is being blocked in a complete hanging. So when your jugular vein is blocked, it's causing these, the heart is still trying to pump for a minute, but the um, the veins and stuff are either they're so constricted that it causes this bluish color, from the lack of oxygen going to
Okay.
our heads areas and our generally our fingertips and stuff, our feet. Thank you, Fancy. Yesterday I missed y'all's live, and went back to watch and saw the one with Marvon Sr. He said about Vaughn having scrapes on his arms and hands. Do you think it could be from maybe being dragged to the shed? That is an awesome question, Fancy. I have not. It is a possibility, absolutely, but it could be a possibility of something as just like being cut down as well. I haven't seen them. That is up to um, the authorities, that kind of thing, to make that determination, but it certainly could be um, a possibility for sure. All right, moving on. So this is called petechia, and petechia is one of the classic signs of asphyxia. Uh, are thought to be more frequently observed in cases of hanging where part of the body is supporting the victim's weight. Now, petechia is subno. I never say it right.
It's okay. Stenosis.
Stenosis,
I'll get that word for you from now on. Here we go.
congestion, and petechia. So, the, so I'll tell you something. About maybe 3 or 4 years ago, I was in a deep sleep, a deep, deep, deep sleep, which I rarely ever deep sleep. I laid on my arm
Okay.
and I woke up and my arm was cold, and I could not feel it, like it was dead,
Oh.
right? And I had the petechia all over my arm. The
Mhm.
next day I had just these the broken uh blood vessels from no blood flow.
And in this case, it almost looks like a freckling, like a,
Yes,
yeah. Okay.
yes, Yes, it can be less than that, it can be more than that, but this is where um, it's frequently observed, not so much in
Complete
a
hanging. Yeah.
complete hanging, but it is. If I pay attention to the chat, I it's so
You,
hard to pay attention to the chat and talk at this. But anyway, it's where generally this is not a complete hanging, is what we would call a complete hanging, or also known as a CCP, which is just another um, way of saying complete hanging. Now we're going to go to partial hangings. Yes, yes. But the petechia it will always be a like a red-ish color, just like veins, bursting. It'll be like a reddish color.
it's evident though. You can see on the part of the body that it. Okay.
Yes, and BFDI, that is a good point. It is in the eyes as well. Images of skin condition. Okay, so partial hanging. Uh, how we how you determine a partial hanging? These criterias must be met. These are the standards. Some part of the body is touching the ground. There has to be something of your physical body to be touching the ground. Um,
Justin, Mama Dawn asks a good question,
mhm.
and just maybe in your experience with the funeral
Which
home, will
Who was
these
it? Mama
Mama
Don?
Dawn, yeah,
Okay.
and it says, well, yeah, there you go, right there.
Will these show noticeably in a person of color? Yes. You just have to look a little closer. You know, it's still there, but you just, under lights and stuff, you can definitely tell. I
So
mean,
this is something that if the police were to any of the pictures or body condition, and when Vaughn was found, this could potentially be something that was.
thank you, Becca. I did. I do all the time, but I have a memory of a goldfish. I really have a memory of a goldfish. Um, so, uh, so, so some part of the body has to be touching the ground. It
Okay.
can be just the tip of your toes, or it can be you can also be flat standing, pretty much, more or less, and just lean forward. That is what we call a partial hanging, or a doorknob, even, something like that.
And
Uh,
each body would, I could imagine, just like in everything, would react differently. Maybe somebody would have it more or less, or.
yeah, I mean, there's always, if you're hung, there is always must-haves.
Okay.
There's always standards
Okay.
in every hanging. However, um, every situation is different, yes, but there is things where, with gravity and hanging and the way I mean, this goes in a lot more. I'm just showing you guys like a tenth of it. Like if you're hung a certain way, the saliva of the body has to go in a certain direction, and that's another way to tell if there is a a self-inflicted or not, generally.
Yes.
uh Open
Open
your
your
eyes, Vaughn.
eyes,
Thank you,
Vaughn.
Robin. Thank you for that, sweetheart. I appreciate it. So some of the parts of the some at least one part of the body, the only the head weight is suspended, which means that is where, the head is being restricted, but your body can still be touching the ground.
Okay.
It has enough pressure around your neck that it still more or less disconnects it, or cuts off the circulation, uh, jugular veins, the ligaments, and the patient will die due to venous congestion.
And then that's when it's the
Thank you.
oxygen is stopped from the brain, and then that's where your determination is found where, okay, this person was without okay. Okay.
Correct. Uh, Thank you so much, Baby Milo. We're not doing links just at the moment, but we will be just in a little bit, I promise. Okay. Um, all right. And the congestion. Uh, the congestion is due to the obstruction of the jugular vein system being blocked. Um, as we know, that's the Mississippi River to your body, right?
It's the main one. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's, you got to have that to get the blood to the other parts of the body. Now, this is very interesting, and this is what I want us to really focus on. We're going to talk upon a typical knot versus an atypical knot.
Okay.
Um, a typical knot, due to self hanging, will be in the back of the neck. Always.
Oh,
It's going to be
that's
in the back of the neck, because whenever the pressure happens, right? The pressure happens, the knot is going to go around,
got it.
and it's going to be in the back. So it's we do not know what has happened in Vaughn's case. Uh, it is not stated in a police report. We haven't seen a medical report, obviously, which we would never see really. So, but it's very important that we learn. Do they usually have a mark all the way around the neck? No. So a typical knot. Can y'all see my mouse moving
Yep.
over here? Okay. The typical knot is going to be in the back from a complete hanging, and it's always going to be in the back of the head. Okay.
Okay.
Now, an atypical knot is going to be on any other side of the body. Um, and it could be in the front, right? The
Yeah.
knot.
Mm-hmm.
It could be in the sides of the neck, but the typical is in the back.
Well, and I
Um,
think that would be important too, if it with being a partial, is that if it, say started on the front and then as pressure slid to the side, or I mean, that's
exactly.
okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
If he's not breathing on his own, he may not be on life. So gets me is the cops don't even know what type of knot. Where was it? No, no, no. Empower. It was not in the police report. I want to make that very clear. It was not in the police report. I'm just showing you the difference between a typical hanging and an atypical. which meaning not typical.
And which is why, I mean, just in my opinion, I have a very good feeling why a lot of these, in our communication, that they have held off, because of it still being an open case and them still actively, obviously not divulging what exactly is taking place with the investigation, but um
His marks are low, and we're going to get to that. And that is, to me, in my opinion, is what is the most concerning out of all of this. But will discuss that in just a moment. So
okay.
typical behind, atypical in the front or the sides. Okay, here it is. Now, strangulation. Strangulation versus hanging. This is one way that is a very good indication um, if it is a strangulation versus like a manual strangulation
Hmm.
versus a hanging, a
a
self
full a
inflicted.
full body, yeah.
Yes, full body self inflicted hanging. Um, Strangulation is usually around or below the thyroid area of the neck. So strangulation is usually down here, like where my pearls are,
Okay.
right? Like right in here.
Hmm.
That's where the strangulation is generally. Um, so if there is, say, for instance, somebody was to put a rope around someone's neck, we generally see it in the lower
Hmm.
part, or if there is hands, we generally see it in the lower part. Now, of where the thyroid area is. Hanging with the rope is generally as far as the rope can achieve to go up, uh, just below the chin. So when there is a hanging and your head is suspended,
Correct.
the only thing that really stops the rope from slipping off is this chin area, right? It's the
Hmm.
chin area, right? So the gravity and the suspension is going to go as high as it can possibly go because there is 150, 200 pounds of that rope holding onto your entire body.
Absolutely. And
So
in that,
it's
and,
going to go as far as it can possibly go.
and I have to imagine in that process, as it is pulling that, there's going to be that damaged area essentially around it, because it's not just staying there. It's
It generally, I mean, it'll create
like a rope burn or.
similar to a rope burn, yeah, like a rope burn. But there but like in judicial hangings, they generally drop you off of a platform,
Oh,
right?
okay.
Uh and if there's something like that, there's generally not really rope burn because it's just so
So quick. Got
instantaneously
it.
that it's over. Um, but for general, most people don't jump off of a platform, right? So
Correct.
I mean like a huge platform.
Or a
Um,
wobbly chair.
right, a wobbly chair, yes. Um, a so the hanging, I can't see right now. I'm sorry.
Uh,
A hanging, the rope is generally as far as the rope can achieve to go, just like literally under your chin, and it's generally in this. area.
which is
The
substantially. I mean, it's
Ligature would be.
inches higher than what the other.
From what we have understood, which may not be the case at all, but from what we have been uh, alleged,
Mm-hmm.
that has been told to us about where his ligature marks is, it doesn't, it's
Correct.
to me this is what, in my opinion, is allegedly suspect.
Correct. Correct.
So bleeding from the nose, mouth, ears. I'm going to have to probably pause in just a second. I can hear my kids
It's
coming.
okay. Wait.
Bleeding from the nose, mouth, ears are less common from hanging, but can occur. Um, okay, one second.
I'll just jump into some of these comments here and see what we can. Mhm. Thank you, ICU, for being in there. At Always Survive. Yes, I do believe Justin has that, and we have looked at that before. And I think it's going to be included here in his slides here.
Okay, so sorry.
You are good.
So, um, okay. So, bleeding from the nose, mouth, ears are less common from hanging, but can occur. Um, Sometimes there is blood. It doesn't. Molly's here. She must have woken up from her slumber.
She got all her beauty sleep in.
Yes. Um. So, but blood. It's not an indication either way necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
Um. But strangulation. Hello, Molly. Go lightly.
All I did was take a little nap. It was
Bullshit.
basketball day.
I have called you all day.
Basketball. Jake, did I not? Was not out with you basketball? Did I not go to Sam's Club? Let's go. Exactly. All right, we got it. All right, I made a deal with him. Wash the dog. Let me work. All right, let's. I'm here. I'm sorry. Did I miss anything?
You missed a lot.
No. In 30 minutes.
40 minutes.
All right. All right. I'll go back to it.
So,
Justin, with that too, I can imagine that the blood would probably be dependent upon how long the body is suspended there in the air.
what do you mean?
I mean, like if the body is hanging there for 30 minutes and it's cut off the jugular, I have to imagine that blood has to go somewhere. So it probably.
Eyes.
Yeah, like
it's more of a pressurized. It's more of like it's more of where we were showing earlier, where the bluish, where the circulation is kind of, you just turn more black. Like a bluish black kind of.
Okay.
From the oxygenated in the circulation.
Okay.
So in strangulation, bleeding is more common from the nose, mouth, ears, but not necessarily always still. So with strangulation, it's usually you're fighting and everything like that. So it's just more common in strangulations than it is.
There's more rustling around. Yeah, got it.
Correct.
So my question is being that you lived in a funeral home.
I didn't live at a funeral home.
You worked at the funeral home. When you worked at a funeral home, When you got them, before
Mm-hmm.
they were prepared, was there something that you saw over and over and over again? Like was there some sort of common look that you remember?
Uh, well, I mean, yes, but we would have to go back through all of it. What
Do,
we just
do you
did.
normally know the cause of death before you prepare?
Well, no, because I'm not a
Oh,
medical examiner. I'm not a doctor.
oh,
I don't make that determination.
oh. So
You
is
know,
there sometimes that you
a medical examiner, uh, a forensic medical
right?
examiner or something has to make that determination, or some.
But
So when you
Justin,
get to a
go ahead.
floor, when you get there
Hmm.
to a funeral and you
Hmm.
work there,
Hmm.
do you know everyone's cause of death?
Not when they first get to us, no, because they have to. You have to determine the causes through some sort of like if it's like if you're if you're hanging, uh and it
Eyes.
looks if it looks fine, I mean, a lot of times there will not be an autopsy, sometimes there will be an autopsy, but um as far as like if it's a questionable one, there is there's literally you go to the medical examiner, and the police work hand in hand. There is tests performed, uh, like tomorrow I plan on going to the building, and I planning on getting some rope and some blocks and doing some tests. You know what I mean? So you have to prove or disprove in whichever rings true, whichever theory. So, but if it's,
Excuse all right.
we
Now,
was just we was just talking about
all right.
the difference in what we call a self hanging versus a partial hanging, and there is a lot of differences in these.
One thing that I think you mentioned before, Justin, was the eye bulge. I think that was a common thing that you, in your experience, that you had seen come in was those eyes.
Yes, I'm gonna back up here for 1 second. So, Marissa,
Yeah.
so the complete hanging is when no part of the body is touching the ground. The
Oof.
whole body weight is suspended. The trachea is always suppressed, and asphyxia, which means the person will die. Uh, can you see this? Can y'all see this?
I've been googling a lot of
Okay.
pictures.
Stenosis is present in complete hangings too, but this is where there's the oxygen from mainly the tips of the body, and where there's no enriched oxygen. So it's a bluish color of the skin or the mucous membrane is usually due to lack of oxygen in the blood. The medical, okay. Congestion. The venous congestion is due to the obstruction of the jugular vein being blocked. Now, a very
Is that what they were calling that
this is
for the
this is called
day?
this is called petechia. Yes, and it's where, but this is generally due to whenever it is a partial hanging, right?
Got it.
We call it CCP, and it oh wrong one. So,
This is sad.
all right, Marissa, here you go. This is what you need to the typical versus the atypical knot. A typical knot is to self hanging is will be on the back of the neck. If you hung yourself, like, and
Yeah.
the knot is going to be in the back of the head, the back of the head.
Uh-huh.
If an atypical knot is when it is on the front of your body, or the sides, but particularly the front is a very it's a big no-no. If we see a body and the knot is in front of them, there's going to be an immediate like red flags.
And we've already figured out, based on the reports that we have, that it wasn't like Vaughn was found, she quickly panicked and then undid a knot. There's that mention of the knife.
Yes.
Okay.
And I was planning on doing
Do you know how to tie a noose?
yes.
Can you tie a noose right now? Do you have rope?
I don't have a rope right now. I did it on my little thingy yesterday. I did it with a
You
little
did?
wire. I
On
did
a
it with a little
wire?
yeah.
I saw
Yeah,
you hanging something up.
yeah, that was that little wire thingy that I made in noose while you were talking to Adrian. Um but if the noose is in the front, we got questions. If it's in the sides, we got questions, but particularly if it's in the front.
So
Now,
the noose should be in the back.
always.
Okay, so because then they put their head in it, right?
No, wait, it's just when you have 200 pounds
Right.
of force that the rope slips, right? And then the knot goes
Just because of gravity, how
just
everything.
because of gravity. Exactly. Exactly. Gravity can be a wonderful thing in anything forensics. But this is look at this, Marissa. The strangulation is usually below the thyroid area. So if there is a strangulation, generally one of the first things, I'm giving you guys the main things that like the unos that they generally look at just by eye, is it's generally done down here, a manual strangulation, right?
Horrible.
So if it's a hanging, the rope, because of gravity, can you handle this?
It's yeah. I mean, it's
I mean, if
educational, but it's so sad because so many people have done it, and there's so many pictures on the internet of
it's
it,
a very
Yeah,
and
it's a
I
there.
don't
very
know
sad thing.
why. And you can actually Google how to make one, and
Oh
you,
yeah,
I
I mean,
mean,
but this is the thing we have to uh in when we're in this subject area right now, we have to not go on our feelings. We have to go on strictly clinical only, because otherwise we don't learn if it's in the clinical area. Because I mean, if we keep it clinical, you'll learn. But if you keep the and because we have to keep it clinical to learn what is the difference. It's
Well, and I
very important.
hear that the clinical part, I mean, is coming out first before we even fully know, because just like when we first read a police report, there was things just kind of being said in the police report, and then it starts making you think like, oh well, did this. So now on the front end, knowing these clinical things, it just helps better. I don't know.
Yes. So now if we're talking about a hanging, so if it's a fully suspended hanging, um really, even if it's not, your head has to be uh completely, you know no gravity, no gravity. It has to be held up by the rope, so it's going to slip up as far as it can go, as like a V, almost like a V. And it's the only thing that keeps a person hanging is our chin, our skull area, our jaw. Otherwise, if we didn't have, if we was just like a flat face, it would just come off, right? So our chin and our jaw area through here is what uh makes all the it keeps us
or
hanging
or
suspended.
even if, say, the person's neck was potentially very sweaty, or maybe had, I mean, I'm sure it could probably make it go up faster, or
It doesn't
um
matter. It doesn't
okay,
matter because the gravity and and the pressure is so enormous, particularly the the more you weigh.
got it, okay.
Um, so all right, and the bleeding from the nose, the mouth, and the ears are less common through hangings, but it can and it does occur. Strangulation, if you're strangulated, um, you have a more reason to believe that there will be bleeding from the nose, mouth, ears, not necessarily all at once. It's usually one, maybe two, but generally one. Uh, Many more factors are common, less common versus hanging, strangulation, but these are a few critical. Only a licensed medical examiner and or doctor can determine based upon each of the subjects that are unique in their own experience. There you have it.
Those slides are really good, Justin.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But from what we have heard, um, which we've really not seen pictures, but it does appear that from just hearing, which
Low.
may or may not be the case, but that Vaughn's was lower. And
And the
that is one of the biggest questions I have. And also, where was the knot?
and if there was any, other marks such as scratching, or but if one is unconscious and not even aware that they are being strangled, or completely lethargic, that they don't even, that there's also a potential case where they wouldn't necessarily fight back.
Uh, Junebug, I just saw this. I'm so sorry that
Yeah,
your
that's
mother
terrible.
and your entire family have went through this. Junebug says, my mother was manually strangulated by a serial killer. You
Oh,
could see the handprints down to the thumbprints, and that is very common.
Really?
And signs that she fought back, yes. And you will literally see handprints. Yes, if you are manually strangulated with a hand, but if you are strangulated with such as a rope,
cord or
a cord, anything like that, uh, then obviously you're not going to see any handprints or anything. A lot of times you will see scratches where they are trying to get their hands through the rope,
Yeah.
where they're fighting. But Junebug, I'm so sorry.
yeah.
Uh, Graceful Purple Butterfly, thank you. Welcome to membership. Thank you so much. So,
Yeah, I have to imagine. I mean, a lot of what we're discussing is probably, you know, hit home to somebody's family, or unfortunately. Um, so it's a hard thing to think about, or
I just don't think that pictures and like I understand educational purposes, but for websites not to be regulated on, like, you can literally Google, how do I do this? Well, this is how you do it. I mean, like,
Yeah,
fine, I get it. If you want to do it, you're gonna do it. You go on top of
there's
a
some really sick people out
building.
there.
I can't. It's this terrible.
Well, and I think I heard recently, and it's why I really got involved and was like, oh, no, 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 let me make sure I'm watching what my child's watching on TikTok. And
Yeah.
because you've heard of some of these teenagers and they're literally
Mhm.
looking up, how do I do this to myself? And I'm like, oh my gosh, there should be stricter regulations, or there's the Facebook Live thing that these people, poor people, or yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's yeah,
Yeah, Tide Pod challenges,
Yep.
things like that, or and they even did like these asphyxiation things.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that? I was
Yeah.
like, oh my goodness, how are kids that bored? Because remember when we were kids, we had roller skates, we had hopscotch, we had skateboards and stuff like that. We
Yep.
had
and
nothing.
I will tell you another way that unfortunately people die is they
S&M.
yes,
I was gonna say it, but I was like,
yes,
I don't
happen.
think any of us can bring in up the fingernails, Dre's fingernails. It looked like she broke one.
She broke a thumbnail.
Yeah. But how she broke it, I don't know. And as far as the cold, going back to the comments about the cold hands, you know what? Yeah, someone said, "Well, why? How would you know if she had cold hands?" Well, it was in the police report. So maybe police. I don't know. I'm not a cop. Maybe sometimes they say, "Hey, it's nice to meet you," but they're not really greeting you. They're testing you. It's like a test, kind of like when you're being interrogated in
Hmm.
a police officer, and they're trying to get your DNA. They give you a cigarette. They give you a water. I
yep.
don't know.
And I want to say this for the record so that nobody misunderstands. We are not saying anybody did this to Vaughn.
We
It
don't
is
know
not
what happened.
it is not mine, Molly's, Amber's, anybody's
Never.
determination to make that decision or say that someone is something when we don't know. What we are saying is there should have been a further investigation on this man more than 31 minutes, particularly when there has been calls at that house some 25 times, mainly from 2016 and up is where most of the calls. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty in the court of law.
Absolutely.
Public opinion is a different thing. You can have suspicions, that is different, but that still does not make them guilty. So we have to be very careful. Nobody on my channel is going to call
Her a murderer.
anybody a murderer.
No, never. Never. What we have done is speculated and talked about possibilities and theories. That's what we do. And I'll just say, we are commentating on the videos that she put out. We reached out to people and allowed people to come on that know this girl. And this is why they wanted to speak.
Hmm.
That's it.
Well, and I was just to piggyback on that, Molly, is that the speculations have only been made based off of facts
Right.
via her videos.
Of
She's
course.
provided the world
Mhm.
Yes.
the factual documents that we've received from the police department, and now more further people coming forward that knew her or Vaughn with, oh yes, there was this one time. So it's
Thank you, Michelle. Good.
no. You're I
No, I
just
was
with
just thanking someone. Go ahead.
thank you someone too. Thank you. No, I'm done. I
Yeah.
just
Oh,
Well,
okay.
no, well, actually, to piggyback off of what you're saying is, I was told that we have reached out to paparazzi. I never reached out to paparazzi, uh, ever. I
Thank
didn't
you, Lori.
email them.
no.
I read off emails, right? I read off emails from people that have worked at paparazzi. We showed videos of people dumping their stuff on paparazzi. We have every right to show the stuff that people want to see. We have every single right to think what we want. Where is LB? We don't know. She has 5 kids.
She said she might be over here in a little bit.
Okay.
She had an appointment.
And then to answer the question before as to why me and Justice don't go on her channel, we've tried to do that, but her StreamYards
I think she's fixed it. I
she
think she's
fixed it.
fixed
Well,
it.
then we'll
Well,
go
she's
over
fixed
there.
something so
Yeah,
we can do it. I
but you
just
have
talked to her a
mentioned
little
it
bit ago.
several times, and there's been a situation where just the networks weren't working together.
Okay.
So
She couldn't invite like anybody up per se because she has StreamYards, but her StreamYards doesn't work. It's like really blurry. But I actually have been on her program once because we did the StreamYards, but it kind of annoyed her because it was blurry, you know. And I understand that you want the best quality you can for your people.
and I'm sorry, even if it's blurry, then someone's going to have something to say about that. So this
Yeah.
is, you guys have,
So paparazzi's convention is still going on.
Yeah.
Paparazzi still using Dre's photo at convention. Okay,
Yes.
so she's still with. So it's confirmed. Now we know she's still working.
and Justin, haven't you guys had people that through watching this story, either through Dre's channel previously, they have reached out and realized, hey, wait, I work for this company. I'm promoting this company's products. They made those decisions on their own,
Hmm.
and were like taking a stance that no, I will not. If you are going to support this, I will not support you. And that's all been self-reported to you guys.
Christine, that is a very good point. How will they know about the rope if it was already down by the time the body cam was recording? Um, Technically, they can't, but they can perform uh, testing to see the way that the rope uh, marks are there. So they can't, they'll have a theory. They'll have to prove a theory based upon that. But I mean, because they didn't see it, um, but still there will be telltale signs of where the the marks are on his neck will tell you a lot about generally if this was self-inflicted or not. Thank you, Graceful. Thank you, Christine. By the way, thank you. Graceful says, I'm retired 911. I would love to hear that 911 call. So would we. Wouldn't we, Amber?
Yes, definitely. And I do truly have a feeling that eventually they're going to come out, but and I believe that there's been other supplements added to the case.
Yes.
So we will eventually possibly, and of course they'll, like Justin, you said before, they'll redact all of the, which that's not the purpose of us wanting to see it, but just like this gal had mentioned, it'd be great to um and EMS, we would never get anything from EMS because EMS is medical, so it's
Yes.
all HIPAA protected. So
Mhm.
that's not.
It's gonna take time. I
Hmm.
mean, we got lucky with as far as time with the Chris Watts case, only because he confessed and he didn't have a trial against him. So things like that. But this is gonna take some time.
But even like with the Chris Watts case, is that you know, the direction that was initially going. And then as the cops further investigated and the neighbors provided factual video of, you know, oh, this is what we seen, and then his reaction to that, I mean, that tipped him off to something else. That was another thing added to the pressure got on after that. Let me see if some of these comments.
I need to call Jessica for a second. Hold on.
Okay.
Can you hold the cord?
I can hold it. I'll try my best.
I'm gonna call you. Mute
Me?
yourself. Yeah, mute yourself. I'll mute myself. I'm gonna call you.
Okay. Can you FOIA the 911? Okay, we just answered that. Because why she's under investigation, hence they didn't release the 911. There you go. That's the answer to that. And everyone, just bear with me because I'm still new in this whole chats game and YouTube. So I'm trying to read these as best. Their comments come in like crazy. Does anybody know what happens? Oh, I lost it. Both my from the natural instinct of grabbing at the oh, I'm sorry, under a moonlight sky. I do not have a channel yet. I'm just a worker bee behind the scenes. Hi everyone. Okay.
Okay, very good.
Ooh.
So yeah, what's the blackout? ID channel where a husband said he was doing CPR during the 911 call, but in court they played the call back and you could tell he wasn't. Yes. Yep. And another thing, you know, to me that, you know, that is questioning is Dre, you know, from what it appears, it sounds like she quit CPR allegedly. Thank you, Ray. Welcome to the family.
To place
And
the
let the
dog.
dogs. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes.
And that was all written in that report, which again, and now kind of thinking about it, I mean, those were good details because that makes one wonder, why did you
Jojo, you shouldn't see this on 55-inch. I'll scare you.
oh no, on 55 inch.
On a 55-inch television?
Yeah.
Yikes.
So guys, I am I want to give you guys another trigger warning. I am actually getting ready to call someone. We're going to have a phone call. Her friend's husband, who she's very close with, unfortunately hung himself. And she's going to talk about, and she's okayed it with her, you know, her friend, obviously, and everything. So, do I need to look at the phone, Marissa?
No.
Okay.
Oh, no. I was just waving to
I thought that's
someone
what
that
she
was
meant too.
addressing me. Thank you. I can see your comment.
We understand your sign language, Marissa.
It's hello.
Usually when she does this,
like
she's
this.
like phone or something. So
like that.
Viking, thank you so much.
Justin, I can drop off while you make that call.
You're welcome to stay here.
Okay.
If you want to. If you're busy, No worries.
No, you're good. This is good learning for me.
So you're always welcome here.
Okay.
So okay, we're gonna try to call her. Give me 2 seconds. Can you guys hear the ringing?
Just a little bit.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear us?
Hello?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Oh, just
Yes.
hang on. I've turned the YouTube off.
Okay.
Oh, it's so quiet.
Is she from Australia?
Hang on, I put it on speaker.
Okay.
Love her accent.
All right, I can hear you.
Can you guys hear the phone call?
Can they hear?
Can you guys hear the phone call?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna call you from my phone's device, okay? I'll call you right back. We'll do it that way.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Okay. We're gonna
It
do
was just very low.
So, Miss Violet.
Yes.
Hi, Violet.
She's got a new dress.
Oh, gosh. You little fashionista.
So cute. A lot of people can't do StreamYard. It takes people, if they're new, it's like for me, even for me, it was like, oh, what?
Oh, my kid called me old because all I did was Facebook before. So it's like learning all this. But it's good. It's interesting learning all this.
She doesn't want to be known. So.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm reading the chat. Never
Hello?
stopping. Sorry.
Oh, hold on. Let me see here.
I'm sorry.
My phone number and see if you can call
Hey,
me on my phone number.
Hey, can you hear me now?
It is so faint. Do you want me to send you my phone number and see if that will work better?
Yeah. Do you have WhatsApp?
No, I don't. I love your American accent.
I love your.
Actually, I can hear you a lot better now.
Okay. Can you guys hear? Marissa?
I can hear it. Yep.
Okay. Thank
Okay,
you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it, and I'm so sorry for your friend's loss. And your losses.
Oh, thank you. It's awful. And watching this, like, just the mirroring of the events in the morning is like, it mirrors each other, but it's such a contrasting difference, if that makes sense to you guys.
Sure. So,
Like,
guys, I want to tell the audience that this is a trigger warning, and
yes.
If you are very sensitive to these matters, please do not come back at a later time if you need be. With that being said, can you take us through the story of your friend's husband?
Yeah. Look, I'll give you just a quick background. Her husband, unfortunately, was, very terminally ill. So when he did this to himself in December 2000, it was December 28th, 2020, he approximately only had 12 months to go from that date. He was, he was on liquids and like a liquid diet sort of thing. That morning he woke up, like they had just had Christmas. It was one of their children's birthdays coming up. So, it just wasn't something that you'd expect. And he was, he was very weak. they woke up and he had breakfast. They actually, and this is where it gets me in Von's report of the police, like this Dre states that they had a disagreement, whereas my friends, my best friends, her and her husband, they actually hadn't, and she states that, we had an argument because he wouldn't wear his compression stockings. He didn't want to be like that anymore. And she's like, you need your compression stockings on. And they actually had an argument over that. And then, she was like, as most of us women do, like, if we're angry with our husbands or, our partners or whatever, you go off and do angry cleaning. I mean, I do it.
Right.
So she went upstairs and she was angry cleaning, and the kids were, outside playing. And, where the garage is, it connects to the laundry, which connects to the kitchen. So there's like 2 doors to go through to where he was. Like, he'd go out into the man cave, is what he calls, in the sheds. And there was like 2 or 3 times that, she wanted to go in there and check on him, and got distracted by the washing in the laundry that separated them. And a couple of hours later, she heard her son scream, "Mom!" And she knew instantly. And she went into the garage and saw him. And, they were equal. I sent you those photos, Justin. Like, they are very equal height. He obviously had lost a lot of weight since I had posted that photo, like the one I did. She couldn't get him down, and she was on the phone to, 000 is what is called over here in Australia. She couldn't get him down, and they were trying, and they got there very quickly, but he was so gone. He was gone. And the police rocked up, and, they knew that the children were in the house. So even the police spoke to the children, and the police were there for hours and hours. Like, there's no way police would come to an incident like this and never sight the children and never see that they're okay. And I can't believe the difference in
the police there. Did they investigate it still?
No.
No. Okay.
Obviously they did. They were there for a few hours, but they could tell. Like, you're doing this PowerPoint now. It was very obvious. And they did, obviously went to the coroner. And that took a few weeks. So he didn't have his funeral until the middle of January.
Right.
So, it was investigated, and it was really hard on her. Because, and it's still to this day, like, I know you asked if she would talk, but, I even messaged her about this, and she's like, nah, I tried to get her to join the Justice for Bond thing, and it's just too triggering. Like, it's so awful, just that. And, they had breakfast at 7:30 over there, and it was done within 45 minutes, if from my memory. Like, and you can see Dre on these videos, like, she follows him.
Yes.
Why would she act out of character on one day? And this is just my opinion. Why would you do something you don't normally do that you've shown to the world over and over on that day where you would not follow him?
Right.
Whereas in this instant, he did have his breakfast, but it was hours later, and he obviously sat there on his own and was like, the outcome's not going to be any different anyway. It's just very sad.
Yeah. And did the police check on the family members and everything like that?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, they had a little girl and a boy who was about to have his birthday. The police were there for hours and hours. They cited the children. They spoke to the children. They spoke to my best friend for a really long time. And then, other agencies came along and spoke and offered help, and, they took it up. And it's such a difference. Like, the report on Von makes me so angry.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, to not even cite the children. They knew there was children there and they didn't cite them.
Mm-hmm.
It just, that's
But
just
which,
an injustice in itself. Like, there's, do you know what I mean?
of course,
You know,
excuse me. That's what
and
we're
to,
calling for, is just a thorough investigation. I mean, if he did it, he did it. But in my opinion,
it,
there was still. It felt like in my opinion, he probably felt like there was no way out. You didn't have a car, he didn't have a
yeah.
phone, he didn't have any money, he didn't
Oh,
have
gosh, yeah.
anything. Um, but if he did it, he did it. But he deserves a thorough investigation.
Exactly. And the children, they deserved. Those police knew children were inside and they did not cite them. They did not talk to them and ask if, they were okay. It's not a massive amount from the house to the shed. I just, how do you, how
Mm,
did these policemen sleep at night knowing that they didn't cite children, knowing that tragedy happened,
yeah,
and speak to them? They just spoke to her. I,
exactly.
I cannot wrap my hand around this.
So, what kind of shed was it that your friend's husband did this?
So hers was in a garage. I don't know if in America, like we have our garages and you can enter them from the house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's like that.
Gotcha.
And it was like his man cave. Like,
Right.
he had his music up. Like, and yeah, it lives with her every day. She went to go and check on him and they had this argument and she
Did
didn't because
did
she
he
was
leave a
angry at
note?
him.
Did he leave a note?
No, he didn't. But this is
Okay.
another thing. The police went through their house. So they took all his medication that he was on. You know,
That's
the
generally
difference
what happens. Yeah.
the difference in what these police did in America with Vaughn and what I know happens here. I can't. It's so unbelievable.
Yeah.
You read that police report and you go, and makes me so angry.
Yes. Yes.
So they did. They investigate. They spoke to her for hours. They took all his medication. They
Mm-hmm.
ransacked the house, sort of type of thing.
This is my thing. Also, allegedly, Dre says that Vaughn allegedly tried to take his life before in a closet. They didn't
So why did she call?
they didn't
Did she
investigate
call
that.
911 for that?
Well, I don't know, but this
It's
is
not
the
in the
thing.
911 report.
He should have still been getting help every single day. The doctor should not have been Dr. Dre. The doctor should have been like twice a week counseling and everything. You know what I mean? Medications if he needed it, which I don't know his medication routine. It's none of my business. But what I'm saying
Yeah.
is that there should have been, this, if he allegedly tried to do this before, they should have checked inside to see if that points that way, and b, after that, you know she should have, like, I mean, I think she was always watching him closely to begin with, but after he allegedly tried to do this the first time, I mean, like, I can't imagine letting him, run out into the shed in a fit of anger, according to her.
Well, she says it's a disagreement. Like, if we've witnessed like one of her videos of her disagreeing, that ain't no disagreement.
No.
She's baiting him
Yes.
constantly, and to not, if he's done this before and she stated this to police, this is what gets me again. Here in Australia, that'd be medical neglect.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's attempted, saying, to the police officers, oh, he's tried this before. Well, why not going? Why did you not take him to the hospital and put a hold on him? Why is
Now,
she not being
to
charged?
to be fair, I do know that he was in the hospital previous. I don't know what it was for. It could be because of that S attempt. I don't know.
Yeah,
But I do know that he was in the hospital before, but still, it was not known widely, and she did not want him on anything regulated by the FDA, according to her. Um, but yet, she would still they would still take
see, that just makes
prescription
my heart
medicine.
hurt. Like, you know, to know that he tried it before and yet, she wouldn't have him on antidepressants or something to prevent anything further.
Mm-hmm.
Not that we know, but from her words, like, she doesn't believe in
Mm-hmm.
that sort of FDA approved medication. I just,
Well, and someone just mentioned something very interesting in chat. Uh, the person said that she would be, she wouldn't be agitated as the police report describes her. She would be inconsolable, not agitated. I mean, I don't
yes,
understand why a person's agitated when the love of their life has just allegedly for the second time tried to, you know, take their
exactly.
very life. So,
Exactly. Like, I know, had my best friend, had they found him sooner, she would still be as devastated as what she was. Like,
yes.
she couldn't even put makeup on until, the funeral, and that was like 3-4 weeks later.
Mm-hmm.
And, I flew over to her as soon as I could. Um, we had mentioned that in our conversation, Justin. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I'm listening. Yes.
Okay. You know, devastation. She was utterly inconsolable. How does this woman be agitated?
Yes.
Was she agitated because they got a pulse?
I don't know. And that's the thing.
It
There's a
yeah.
lot of questions. How big was the ceiling approximately in the garage?
Oh, what are they here in Australia? What are they? 8 foot?
8 foot. Okay. Okay. And how tall approximately was your friend's husband?
Well, he was 6 foot, over 6 foot, well over 6 foot, and
Okay.
obviously towards the end when he was, he was on his liquid diet, he was very skinny and very frail. But I've obviously sent you that photo. My best friend is equally as tall as what he is, and she struggled so hard.
Sure.
And there was a lot of details. Like I didn't want to know the whole situation. I needed to be there for her and allow her to, tell me when she was ready.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know a lot of it, but
Do
I
you
know that
do you
she
know
really, really
where she
struggled.
cut the rope? Do you know that information?
She didn't.
Okay.
He was gone. She
Got
was
it.
like on the phone. The first thing she did was call 911.
Yeah.
And then the reaction was just being on the phone to 911 and trying to,
Because it had been a little
trigger
while.
warning. She was trying to push him, like, his head back through.
Yeah.
But she was just with him. Like, there was not and he was, you could see it was so sad. Like, he was very gone.
Mm-hmm.
But
Wow.
she was distraught, and even had she had been there in time, she'd still be distraught. She still would have, not been like agitated.
Yes.
That argument would have gone out the window. She would have been like completely distraught.
Mm-hmm. Now it's everyone's grieves differently and behavior is differently, but there is a a general standard of when your loved one dies or they are very ill,
Yeah.
to uh, show some sort of emotion, right?
Yeah.
And not going out looking like a runway model to the hospital, or whatever. So,
Yeah, but Justin,
go ahead.
another thing that picks me up on this is, you know, if she is the fact that she won't give the parents, his biological parents and family, any information. I know people that have gone through tragedies and been estranged from, the other person's family and stuff. At the end of the day, like, it's not normal behaviour to still claim ownership when such a tragedy has happened. You'd want them to know. That's normal behaviour.
Definitely.
You'd want them to know. You'd want as much help and support around you as you can to enclose yourself after a tragedy and not let them know.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's very heartless, but it's very unusual behaviour, in my opinion.
Marissa, do you have any questions?
No. Thank you for doing this.
Does anybody in chat have any questions before we?
Marissa, how's your doggy poo toys?
How's my doggy poo?
How's the doggy poo? What?
Those gifts. I was the one that sent you those gifts.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. My husband's going to have a freak attack when I put it all over his office and on his pillow. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That was very nice of you. Thank you.
There's 2 Tom Cruise movies coming.
Is one of them risky business? I saw that. I saw someone got me risky business.
And Maverick.
Oh, wow.
Story in the way
you're so sweet. Thank you.
Day in, day out, and being there for his family is an incredibly emotionally tough thing to do. And
thank you.
I'm so far away from you guys, and I can't give you a hug.
Aww.
And I just think what you're doing is so amazing.
Well,
because there's so much injustice in this police report. Even if he did do this to himself,
exactly.
It's just not okay. It's not okay.
Yes.
No, it's not. It's not. Nothing's okay with this. This case at all. No. Nothing makes sense.
Well,
there's just warning signs everywhere and so many red flags. And I've been there with my friend when she went through this, and they had an argument in the morning. It's for it to be that quick, and for this lady to have shown time and time again how she clings to him. How does this? I can't.
I know. It's very sad. It's very sad.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's a regular occurrence with police over there, or the difference in how our police work. It's very sad and very tragic.
Yeah. Generally, I like to say that it's really good, but there's always the exception.
Yeah.
And sadly, since COVID, with everything, it's just been really hard to get staff with I don't know how it is in Australia, but it's been really hard to get work.
I mean, we are stuff nurses are going down, obviously, and my mum works in aged care, and she's been working a hell of a lot. The police, the ambulances are really ramped up, but we've got a new lot of that. Police-wise, well, this happened in the middle of COVID, Justin. This happened when we were locked down.
Oh, wow.
Which is a huge
that adds
point
on
to
the
make.
depression.
Does that make sense? This happened at the end of 2020 when Australia was and we were really locked down. We had one of the harshest lockdowns in the world.
Yes. My
So
neighbor is
the police
Australian.
to even have so much time to give at that point, and yeah, like you guys are further ahead than us in when it comes to COVID. Like we still have a lot of restrictions and stuff. I don't understand. Yeah, this police report really gets me.
Yeah.
And I think you're just doing both so amazing. And
Oh,
so I wanted to send you those gifts
thank
as love
you. Thank you
from
for sending
over
them.
here, and
You're very kind.
reach out and share this story just to see the differences. Did they have any questions in the chat?
Did anybody have any questions?
Oh, I seen one about, did he have injuries on his neck? Yeah, it was a natural reflex.
Yeah. And would you please tell your friend and the family that we are so sorry that they've had to not only endure illness, but this also in a really bad time, as the virus. And thank you, and thank them for being brave, for just coming and sharing your story. It's really amazing, and we really appreciate it.
Oh, thanks, Justin. I just have seen Princess Jasmina ask if she knows where the mark was in his neck. It was high up. I was watching Justin's little PowerPoint as if he was Principal Justin for the night. No, it was high up.
Yeah, it's going to be very high up.
Yeah. And everything was very gruesome.
Yes.
The face-wise. Yeah. So that was an interesting point that I picked up with Von's dad's, and in the photo, that's very interesting.
It is very interesting.
The difference in the marks.
Yes, and the placements.
Okay, well, I'll let you guys go.
Thank you so much. I don't want to say your name because I don't want to dox you or anything like that, but I just want to let you know that we appreciate you beyond. So, and please give your friend and family our love, okay?
Oh, will do. Thank you so much, you two. You're just doing amazing. And, the comfort that the Mr. and Mrs. Jackson and Mr. and Mrs. Bias would feel knowing they have you. Like, yes. That's an incredible thing that you're doing. That comfort that you're providing to them. And we don't see it all because it wouldn't just be while you're on.
Yes.
That's a really amazing thing that you're doing. And, Elle is beautiful up there with you guys as well. I know that she's not there right now, but you three working together, you balance each other out.
Okay, thank you.
Bye, darling.
All right, bye-bye.
Wow. That was nice. Wow. How does speculation comfort the family? What kind of question is that? Comfort the family? I don't know where you guys come up with these really absurd questions. Absurd. What we do is we talk about the possibilities of the facts that we already know that have been put out. And if you think that the parents of Marvon are sitting around watching us 24/7, they're not.
Sorry.
Thank you. It's me.
This is a video of her telling Raza she wanted to know if Raza was licking a plate.
Oof.
Go home, pray. Once we get home, I swear there's a demon in the house. Me, Boo, and Raza are laying down in my bed, and then I hear like a clinking sound in the kitchen, and I think it was I swear it was a spoon. I don't know why, because spoons, forks, knives are all gonna make the same sound, but for some reason, like, I knew it was a spoon. I thought maybe Jacob standing up. Hey, Ross, please don't do that. Stop. Yeah, I thought maybe Jacob is trying to lick a plate or something.
Did you hear that?
Jacob's the dog.
Maybe Jacob is trying to lick a plate or something.
That's not Raza. Jacob's the dog.
Nobody.
The dog is named Jacob?
Yeah. It's okay, Justin. Sometimes I'm a little woo. But yeah, okay. We've got a pretty ferocious chat going on tonight, and I don't know why.
Well, I mean, if it gets too bad, I'll just put it on members only. I'll just have to.
I just cannot understand these absurd questions, the absurd allegations, the absurd comments. We're trying to help and find out.
Hold on, Marissa. If mods, if there is anyone who makes any sort of allegation that anyone is guilty or did anything, they are to immediately be blocked.
No, there's a lot of digs at you and me that
that I don't worry about digs, Marissa.
No. It's not really that. It's more of what I told you on the phone.
Well, I mean, people,
you're allowed to ask questions. You're allowed to disagree with us. It's fine. But for you to come in here and ask, what is speculating do to comfort the family? Listen, comforting the family is when we talk to them one-on-one. And I also saw the comment today where it said, why are you and Justin keep bothering that family? The family calls us every single day.
And I can tell you that I have rarely called them.
Yeah.
Rarely called them.
You don't even need to.
They call me. I mean, they
show us a lot. Stuff that we'll never show. Stuff we know a lot more than we lead on to. And it's very uncomfortable, but you know what? Loose lips sink ships. We have to have that respect going on.
Okay, listen, someone said that they have attorneys. We have not been able to verify that. Welcome.
But I know that one attorney was doxxed. And someone.
No, I'm talking about for the kids or something. I think they're talking about.
Oh, see, I don't know anything about that.
I know
nothing about that.
We have not been able to independently verify that.
It's not our business, really.
Right.
To be quite honest, their attorneys are not our business. Nobody should be. If you're watching a channel and they're talking about how they're looking up the attorneys, you know what? That's not good. That's not good. It's people like that are gonna make this case turn to shit. This will not help the family. This will not help Marvon. And it doesn't make us look good at all. To be like, oh, we found the attorney. Okay, and what? And does the attorney exist? Obviously. So I get a lot of comments about, Mr. Jackson spilled the beans and said that Miss Letitia doesn't have an attorney. Mr. Jackson and Miss Letitia aren't really the best of friends. So they don't really know what one or the other is doing. But guess what? I have to remind you.
They're banding together for Vaughn, though.
They're trying. They're trying. But this is the thing. How about this? Just remember, Dr. Dre does not want his family to go and visit him. In order to do that, a lawyer had to make a deal with her attorney. Okay? So, how did she and the family get in? She didn't do it out of the kindness of her own heart. So, therefore, she has an attorney. It's other creators sending people here.
Of course.
Well,
Marissa, don't give him much.
No, I don't have anything to say. I'm just trying to say that if you believe that all this negative, disgusting drama that's trying to make this look like Vaughn is at fault and Vaughn is the most horrible person in the world, consider the source, number one. But number two, his family and him have been victimized to a point where it can bring someone with a heart to tears. Okay? Yeah, a lot of nutcases here tonight. It is very uncomfortable. And I really, really feel terrible for this family because they've done nothing. You know, we're not dealing with rich people that can afford a team of attorneys. That's why you don't have to donate. And for anyone saying, yeah, we want to see receipts, who are you? I gave a lot of money and I'm still not done giving. I might ask you for receipts. If Letitia wants to take $300 and go to the spa, by all means, do it. She wants to pay her electric bill, do it. That's how I feel. Okay, so with the press, this is the thing with the press, okay? I have a one-on-one connection with one of the biggest people in news, period. As he is concerned about Marvon and his condition. They cannot go off speculation. Now, remember, he has told us, keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. You guys are doing great because guess what? It's the YouTubers that get really, really, really close. And we're the ones that people come to because you're never going to see this kind of stuff on the news. They're going to give him a minute and 30 seconds tops. And then it's on to the next. That's how it goes in the news world. They need, and I hate to say it, they want either Vaughn to be pulled off the plug, right? Which he's not on. They either want him to pass away or they want to see some sort of arrest. And then they can talk. But I'll tell you what, they're watching. Because that hashtag Justice for Vaughn is all over Twitter. It's all over Facebook. It's all over Instagram. Reporters are starving. They're hungry. They need that new story. To them, this is juicy. For us, this is horrifying. This is devastating. This is sad for us to listen to Letitia cry. But guess what? To the news media, they want to talk to her and then they'll be like, all right, bye, click. They're not going to offer her any help. They're not going to offer her any advice. And guess what? When I was down at the Johnny Depp situation, when I was down at that courthouse, I did sit in the cafeteria and restaurants with attorneys and reporters. And guess what? They just want that nugget of the day. They don't care about this. That is their job. That is what separates us from them. Now, and I've also said on my channel many times, the press does not like us. They do not like YouTubers. They do not like web sleuths or wannabe detective. They call them armchair detectives. That's what they don't like us because we find out everything. And their reaction is like, "Oh my God, really? Shit, but I can't use that." And even though we could prove everything, it's got to be cut and dry. Here, we don't have that. And that's why I will never become a private investigator. I'll never become anything with a name title because I want to remain having the right of being a civilian
Thank
with
you,
freedom of
family.
speech. That's it. Because guess what? When you start getting into other things, for me, I would be less effective if I had a law degree. I would have to watch every single thing that I say. Exactly. I was preaching it from the start. It sucks. I know that this sucks. And there's things that me and Justin know that legally we could never say. We could never put the proof out. Like we get on the phone and we're like, no way. And we verify it. There's 2 other people on Heels on the Ground. They verify it. We have proof of it, but we just can't put it on the internet. I mean, there's a lot. And don't worry, Justin, I'm not going to slip up. But there's been things that we have been shown and given, and where me and Justin are like, no way. But guess what? Everything that it is in the dark will come to light. And I do believe he's going to get his justice. But as far as Dr. Dre goes over there, I just want to make sure that those kids are being fed, are being comforted. I don't want to hear about you living your best life, girl. I don't. Because that's a very incriminating statement. And you pissed off a lot of people with that. You pissed off a lot of people by being in that hospital and posing for pictures. That is why you have thousands of people that got eyes on you. All right? You did this. You set the stage. This is what you wanted, but it's not coming out the way that you probably expected. Because all these videos, do you think that we knew who you are? We didn't know who you are. We did not know who you are. And I've given you tons of credit on your makeup skills, right? I've given you credit with being funny, but I have a right to say somewhere down the line, this crazy diet of yours and trying to exercise this new way of living has harmed your marriage and your family.
Well, in my opinion, Dre needs help
Oh,
herself.
absolutely. But she knows she has help. She knows that she needs help. She said it
I
a
don't.
million times. But then when Vaughn said it, Justin, guess what happened? He got scolded. And you
That's
want
true.
to,
That's
and just
true.
remember that
That's
Vaughn
true.
said, "Oh, I need help. I need to speak to
Begged.
a counselor. I have post-traumatic. I don't know. I need someone to talk to." He was admitting that the best thing in the world is a person that's willing to admit that they are hurting, that they need help. And you want to know something? That's what we do. We say thank you and we will help you to anyone that asks us. I'm not talking about me and Justin. I'm talking about humanity. When a man or a woman says, "Listen, I think there's something wrong with me. I need help." All right? I need help. We need to respect that. We need to respect that. I'm breathing fine, Denise. Thank you. I don't like this chat tonight, Justin. I'm good. I'm good. This chat is really gross tonight. I'm out. Call me later.
All right, Marissa. All right, Justin and Marissa, keep doing exactly what you're doing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Big and Sexy. Appreciate it. Um, Yes, Amy, I'll drop you a link. There you go. Marissa, she's very sensitive. She gets, it just is what it is. So, this is for Amy to come up. You're welcome to come up, Amy. Hey, Amy.
You see me? Hi. I just had a question. I'm sorry to bother you. I know you guys were talking. I don't know if there was the hearing today. Wasn't there a custody hearing? So I'm confused with the
Um,
father with the girl. Zoba was supposed to
that's if
go.
it was served and stuff, but
Oh, so that I thought it was going. I'm just trying to clarify because I don't want to spread misinformation as far as just keep
I
asking. I thought it was
right.
today or tomorrow. And then just two quick things. It's cyanosis, because I'm a nurse, you know that. Cyanosis and
Yeah.
petechiae. Those are the ways to pronounce it if
Yes.
you're going to give the lecture again. All right, that's all. I'll be
Thank you,
quick.
Amy.
Have a good
Thank
night.
you.
Bye.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Next we have okay, guys, just make it very quick if you don't mind. For each one of you. Thank you. Hey, Melissa.
I'll keep it
You're,
quick and short.
you're fine. How are
I
you?
understand you and Marissa getting upset over what's going on in the chat, and it's a little disturbing, Justin, and y'all don't
I
deserve
don't
it.
get upset with what goes on in the chat. I mean,
No,
I don't. Marissa gets upset. I don't get upset generally with what
right.
goes on in the chat.
Well, I think what
Because
happens is
this is
y'all
just
have,
part of it. I mean, there's other creators that gets upset. We're not the ones out here spreading stuff on
Mhm.
Facebook and all of this toxicity and stuff. That's not who I am. I
Mhm.
have one purpose here, and it's for Vaughn and the family,
Yeah.
and that's it.
And you
That's
took
just
the
it.
words out my mouth. Y'all are up here giving legit facts on what she has put out or what has been publicly released by what you could get on information due to the case. Instead of everybody coming in here that doesn't know y'all or being sent to y'all and attacking, let's focus on the problem. The problem is, once again, justice for Vaughn, not
Mhm.
anyone else. Let's help Miss Letitia. Let's help Mr. Jackson. If they choose not to, Justin, take the road the other way. No one's begging. No one's holding you down and saying you must do it. I'm not going to take any more of your time, but I
Thank you.
respect y'all with 100%. And it's just very hard to see some of these nasty comments that come to y'all when
Mhm.
y'all have truly put more hours in this than the Yuma Police Department has put.
Mhm.
And that is facts. We all know that right now. Y'all have
Thank
done
you.
the research, gotten the videos, put it out there. So God bless. I'm sorry Marissa jumped off, but you know what? Y'all are doing great. Keep doing you and don't let him take you down.
Thank you,
Keep
dear.
going. Love y'all.
I
Much
appreciate it.
love
Love
from
you.
Louisiana.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes,
See you
as
soon.
always. Thank you.
Okay. Bye bye.
Francie, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I think it's certain people who are just having people to come in their chat like I don't sweat it, like literally at all. But Michelle, I need you to show your face, please. Okay, okay. Michelle, I'm gonna let you up, but listen, I listen, I'm not going to have you email me after and say you're bullying and stuff, because I'm not gonna do that.
One thing first.
Very quickly.
Well, I mean, I have some things to say, but so every time I put something in the chat, there's like 1,000 people that say throw off, throw off, throw off. I'm just not comfortable on camera, so I don't come across right, and I
Okay.
apologize. So when I say things, I know a lot about a little, if that makes any sense.
Thank you,
So
dear.
when I tell you things, I really know what I'm talking about. So when I'm coming
Okay.
on, I wanted to tell you about the petechia that you're talking about in the eyes. So I've come on several times live, and Justin, I'm gonna try not to cry because every time I come on here, I get slammed. Right? I had a child that passed away
I know.
of
I'm
of
sorry.
SIDS. I had a child that passed away of SIDS, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I kept calling the coroner because I didn't know what happened. I didn't know why he died. And so my son went from his crib to my bedroom floor when I was doing CPR. And when I was doing CPR, you keep talking about fluids and how it doesn't make sense to you. So when someone dies, there's circular trigger warning, right?
Okay.
So when someone dies, their circulatory system stops, right?
Obviously, yes.
Okay. So the fluids are just in their body.
Mm-hmm.
So when I was doing CPR on my son and I was breathing in
Thank you, Raquel.
and I was pressing down, fluids were coming out of his body
Mm-hmm.
because there was no more circulatory system, right?
Mm-hmm.
Trigger warning. So fluids were coming out of his mouth and his nose and his ears and his eyes. Every time I pressed down, it was like
Fluid would come out.
one of those
Yes.
dolls. Remember those dolls that you squeeze?
Mm-hmm.
So for Vaughn's eyes to pop, that's normal. And when you talk about the petechia,
Mm-hmm.
what petechia is the red bloodshot eyes, right?
Yes, I'm familiar.
It's like you going out and partying all night and then smoking 4 joints the next day. It's completely red bloodshot eyes. And
Well, it's more than
I
that,
called
but
the coroner. I called the coroner every day because I didn't know what happened to my son. And I wanted to know what happened to my son.
mm-hmm.
Because he's a breastfed son. I breastfed him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And 2 days before he died, he went in for his 3 month checkup. And I kept saying, "What is wrong with him? What is wrong with him?" And she said, "Well, there's no petechia in his eyes, which means he wasn't suffocated. Why would I kill my child, right? I mean, the death was ruled SIDS, which means no sense. I mean, right? But
Mm-hmm.
the reason why she was talking about the petechia
Mm-hmm.
is lack of oxygen, like may
Yes.
suffocate my son. And so
Yes.
if Von hung himself, that would be lack of oxygen. So if there was petechia in his eyes, then he did hang himself because he had lack of oxygen when he hung himself. So the petechia is like huge blood, all the white, all the blood vessels in his eyes is petechia. And that's what it looks like. Because I had done so
Mm-hmm.
much research after my son died because nothing made sense.
Yes. Well, Michelle, I'm so
No,
sorry
I'm
for
gonna
your
let you
loss.
off. I'm just trying to
And
explain when you say about the fluids coming out of him. The
yes,
reason why the
yes,
fluids come out is because your circulatory system
I know. I
it
know.
dies when you
Uh,
die, and so
right.
of
I've
course fluids would be
respectfully,
coming.
I've been in front of hundreds and hundreds of
So
bodies.
you should understand that fluids would
Yes.
have been blood would have been coming out of him for a reason.
Thank you,
That's why I'm
Michelle.
asking. You're
Okay,
saying you don't understand why, but you should understand why, Justin.
Michelle. I explained my PowerPoint, so I'm really sorry for your loss,
No,
and I
you
hope.
explained it, but you didn't.
Thank you, Haley. Can you please show your face, please? Thank you, Haley.
Okay, I just had a question and I wanted to make a statement. My
Yes.
question is I have never had to request a 911 call.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know anything about it. But do you know if whenever you request the 911 call, if it's going to be like hearing what she said and how she said it, or if it's just going to be the report of the 911 call?
We already like there's there's the 911 call that would like we can get the recording, but then we've shown a lot of the 911 calls of where the dispatcher is typing in the information of what the party is saying.
Right, right. I just know that whenever you hear somebody's voice, it can tell a lot versus just reading it.
Very much so, very much so. The tone is and how things are said makes a huge difference.
Yes.
And
And
even the sounds around the person as well, so
and then the statement that I wanted to make is that video that you were showing, where Dre was talking about her dog licking a spoon or whatever. I think that you need to keep playing it because I think that they were talking about later on. She says that it was Raza that was licking the plate and not her dog.
okay.
So,
I didn't
anyways,
get to completely watch it yet, so I apologize.
no, that's fine.
um
That's fine.
yes, well,
Okay,
thank
that's
you,
all I had.
Haley, for being
Thank
so
you.
kind. I appreciate you. Enjoy your night.
Thanks, you too.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Next we have Tom. Tom, if you could just show your face real quick. Tom. Tom. Okay, Michelle, thank you. I'm going to bring you up now. Hi, Michelle. Welcome.
Hi. I just wanted to tell you that you and Marissa have brightened my life, and I found you guys from this story about Marvon Jackson Mccray, and I just wanted to tell you thank you for all that you do, and um, you really, I can't stop watching, and I love you guys so much. And I have a pug too,
Oh,
and
you
his name is
do?
Junior. His
Oh,
name
I
is
love
Junior,
it.
and I've had pugs my whole life. Yeah, and
Me
I live in
too.
Vegas, so I just love you guys, and just thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Michelle.
So,
I appreciate
okay,
you. Sometimes we need to
okay,
hear those things. I appreciate it.
yes, yeah. I just had to tell you, you really help people, and you're very intelligent.
Thank
You
you.
want justice for people, and you're
That's the goal.
adorable. So, thank you so much.
Thank you. Enjoy
Okay,
your evening.
okay, you too. Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye. All right. I agree. Pugs rule. They rule the world. People are saying, please check the email. Uh, motion summary. Okay. Got it. So, court hearing is tomorrow. So, pending before the court is responsible motion of the temporary order without filed July 19, 2022, and after the court determines a hearing notice that it is therefore ordered settings in the matter responsible of the motion party to be ordered August 3rd, 2022 at 3 p.m. So court is tomorrow at 3 p.m. Thank you, Camille. You're doing a great job. My dad and brothers were both attorneys, and the way they sit around and bounce ideas and theories off each other. Absolutely, that's what we have to do. Thank you so much. Sherry, thank you. 949 Sherry, thank you. You're amazing. I admire your patience, your heart, and your integrity, Molly. Thank you. You're very sweet. I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. I hope Michelle, I hope she's well. It's You know, she's clearly going through a lot of pain, and she's very sensitive, and I hope you know, she really wants to find justice for Vaughn, and you know, we can disagree upon things, but I hope she's well. Um, let me see here. I'm looking at my emails, guys, and see if there's things that people want shared. Can you guys hear this? This is Dre explaining what she gave Vaughn during her seizure, supposedly. Thank you, Crystal. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. I have another video I'll share.
Dude, there were some spankings that I've done that I feel like, who was I? You know? Like, seriously? Are you, like, these are things that I pray leave my kids' memory, because as a mom, that's the only thing that's it, replay, I hate that. And it was stressful. I totally, I freaked out. I blew up on myself, and I yelled, and it wasn't okay. It's because I've given my kids memories that I wish could be erased from their head. I literally feel like I'm just a walking monster. Like I feel that way all the time. Like I don't like that I feel that way all the time. Like, even with my kids, the way my family loves me, I feel like sometimes it's so undeserving because of how angry I can get. Like I definitely, like, I yelled at Rosa today, and it doesn't feel like, it never feels good. I always feel like the worst person in the world whenever I lose my patience with my kids. When it does, sometimes it's so hard for me to just kind of cool it. Like, boy, you just took me to like level 10, and now I'm pissed. And then all of a sudden, whenever he's calm, oh, honey, can I have something to eat? I'm thinking, like, mother, do you know what? Like, I need to calm down. But he doesn't think that, he doesn't know. These are not things that he's thinking. So I'm trying to be careful. It's hard because it's like with Raza, I have to like explain things to him in a very different way. Because things just, I don't know. My kids are just very different. Anyways. The room and just laid down because I was losing it. And I told the girls, you need to come and get Raza out of the room right now, because I feel like I'm going to do something I'm going to regret. And I was so serious. So they got him out of the room, and I just went to bed. Raza, say a prayer. Say a prayer.
Okay, Joanne is here, so that we're going to add Joanne. Hi, Joanne.
Hello. How are you?
How are you?
I'm doing great, honey. Thank you again, to you and Molly and Elle for everything that you do. But
Thank
so this is, I'm going to start by saying this is a trigger warning. But I
Sure.
do have questions regarding what you were showing us earlier
Mm-hmm.
in the show about the differences of the hangings and strangulations.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I don't know if I understood it 100%, but so my 8-year-old niece was brutally murdered.
I'm so sorry.
And
God.
yeah, yeah, and she was strangled, among other things. Unfortunately, I couldn't get to see the marks because it was a closed casket. But my question is, and I know you're not a medical professional, but um, so if it's a strangulation, do they die because of the lack of oxygen, or is it because something is broken, or both?
Uh, it can be both. Well, I mean, it's not.
Okay.
Um, in about 10%. I think it's of the time I can't even think of it, breaks right here. But it's generally because of the lack of oxygen, and the trachea is suppressed, and so they have asphyxia, which is what causes the
Okay.
person to die.
So it could be a combination of both.
Yeah, well, and the blood blockage, and the asphyxia.
Okay. Okay.
Hyoid. Thank you.
So,
Yes, thank you.
so I mean, obviously, she lost her life. But I think they had mentioned that if she had lived, she would have been in a vegetative state. So I'm getting that understanding of, this whole case and everything. But I wasn't sure if you knew if it could be a combination of both or it was just the lack of oxygen. But I better understand now. So
And
I
it
don't want
it,
to take
it
up a lot of you.
no, because it can be, the breaking of a neck, unfortunately, as well. There's if it snaps, it's pretty much instantly yes, but it just depends, how the neck is broken and everything. So but the blood flow and the restrictive, during the trachea, from the suppression of it. So I'm really
Yeah.
sorry.
So
That's a very tragic.
it is. It we were ruined for a long time. Um, we still go through, our days. It's been, she was 8. She would have been 22 this year. But it still affects us. But I appreciate that so much. And again, God bless you all and thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you, dear. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
God
All right.
bless
Bye
you.
bye now.
Bye bye. Yeah, that's there's a lot of people in our chat that have suffered loss, tremendous loss, and yet they still carry on about justice for others, and that is very commendable. Yeah, I mean, we don't know if Dre was served, so we're just going to have to see. This thing is not even close to being over. It's not even close to being over. But um, there's just going to be a lot more of this. And we don't know what the future holds for any of us, for that matter. The video of Raza begging for food. I want to finish listening to that. I think I already exited out. Um, I'm going to use one of Truth Seeker's videos, if that's okay, Truth Seeker. Truth Seeker's in here. I don't think Truth Seeker will mind. Guys, put Truth Seeker's channel in here. They've got a lot of good videos.
I hope you are talking about it. That was her reply to you, period.
I'm going to mute it.
Sorry.
See if you guys can hear it.
Attitude, period. It's not easy to deal with it, but I'm proud of you for remaining respectful regardless and treating her as superior, period. Okay. Hi, Samantha. Grand Rising, Vivian, Megan. Okay, you guys, I need to quickly do my makeup. You don't have reception? Wow, look at how good it's blending in. I think the lighting in the truck makes the makeup like blend in better. Hi, Gabriela. Hi, Linda. Quick makeup in the truck. Oh, you could see the bags under my eyes. I'm tired. I'm sorry. There we go. Hello. Thank you, Amber. I'm emotional, y'all. Like, it's just a lot, you know. Just I have so much faith in Jehovah, and it's like whenever people ask me how I'm doing, like I'm not thinking about me, really. I'm just thinking about, or I don't want to think about my emotions because I'm kind of like pushing my emotions aside. And I don't want to say it's in a bad way, you know, because you don't want to push away your emotions. You don't want to not deal with things, you know. Like, it's important for you to feel. It's important for you to grieve. Like, but what I mean is, I will completely fall apart. And so I am trying to immerse myself in preaching about the Bible and about God and his promises. I am like, that is, oh my gosh, that is such a good distraction, helping other people to have a relationship with him. Like, this is, I feel like that is, hold on, I have a hair somewhere. Hopefully it comes off. But I just don't want to wallow in my misery, you know? Like, it's like so much has happened in such a short amount of time, you know? Oh, don't tell me. Okay. Thank you. Oh, he said it's so glad to hear you. I didn't tell you, but like, there were a lot of the time. Like, I had spent quite a few hours live, and they didn't see you have a seizure, but they were there helping me. In fact, if it wasn't for them, like, I would not have been able, I would have had to take you to the hospital because I was trying to get you to take the Ativan and you weren't waking up, like, at all. Like,
So here she's saying, I was trying to get you to take Ativan, but you weren't waking up.
you would wake up and respond sometimes, but it wasn't you, and it was like gibberish. Like, it wasn't, I would not have been able to get you to swallow pills. And then they had told, like, they had told me to chop it up and blend, like, mix it with water and then grab.
chop it up and mix it with water. That was the day after the 7 seizures. Oh, wow, Napa. Thank you.
Have like a dropper and put it like on your cheek. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's so smart. But I didn't have a dropper. So we have those block flower. They're little bottles that I got from como se dice, Sprouts, and it's called block flower. It's homeopathic medicine. We haven't used it because I don't understand it too much, and now with this lifestyle, I don't even know if it's approved, but I don't care. Like, we're doing moringa and that's not approved. I emptied out the dropper. It was like a really small dropper, and I chopped up the medicine and added droplets of water.
So she's saying she chopped it up and used a dropper. Now, the question is, was these medications prescribed to him? And if it wasn't, and he didn't know he was taking these while he was unconscious, that's a problem, in my opinion. Then I'm sure it is to a lot of people, because you are dosing someone, even if they've taken it 1,000 times on their own before. You cannot give someone something that is not prescribed to them when they're unconscious. You can't do it, especially if you're getting it over without the approval. Exactly, Selena. And if you give someone such as K, and you say, hey, this is K, but then it's actually K and it's mixed with something else, that is wrong and illegal. But she says she's Dr. Dre. She has said this to doctors in the hospital. We have her on recording. Is that Vaughn coughing? I don't know.
And then I was able to move your cheek and put it in your cheek, and you would swallow. Like, you could tell that, well, you didn't like the flavor because you made a face, but
That is a good point, Amanda. Not you can aspirate. You can aspirate while given these things. Um, while being unconscious or not being fully able to swallow, not being in the correct position to swallow, you can aspirate.
also, like you would swallow once it would get to your throat, and that's how you took your medicine the whole time, was with that dropper. And I finally was able to get your seizures to stop for over almost 7 hours. I was able to stop one for over 7 hours, and I know it's the way I gave you the medication. You didn't have to wait long, because even if you would wake up, gosh, I'm gonna get powder everywhere. Even if you were to wake up, what was I gonna say? Something about the medicine. I don't know. Oh.
Yes,
Whenever you would
Charlotte,
have
it can lead to pneumonia
you would
or
wake up, like, I
even
could
death.
get you to talk to me. It would take like 30
This is
minutes
as loud as
at
it'll
least
go, guys.
until that could happen. But like, I was able to administer medication like 10 minutes after you had one. It was good. But we don't have to talk about this.
It's okay.
You don't mind?
Vaughn is supposed to be allegedly in the back of the car here. She's talking to him.
Like, we don't have to. Because I don't want you to, like, what I don't want us to do is start feeling sorry for ourselves. Like, that's why I'm trying to be so busy, because I feel like it's just been a lot. And I'm trying to be calm and be strong. But, like, thinking about this, like, last thinking about the last few weeks and with Bella, and then the worst day you've ever had, like, that's just a lot
Guys, if you guys will hit the like
of
button, it's a great way to
stuff
help get
that has
the
happened, but I feel like
name
I'm
of
not even
Vaughn out
carrying it
there.
on
It's
my
very
shoulders,
important. Thank you.
because I have Jehovah. Like, he is helping me every which way. Like, my anxiety might be high, but I'm very calm. I'm, like, really, really calm. And I do feel like it's Jehovah making me calm. Because that's just not me, to be calm in such a scary situation. Like, you're my best friend. You're my baby. And to see you go through.
What's interesting to me, thank you, Annette. Thank you so much. Good to see you, honey. Everyone say hello to Miss Jackson. Give her love. Um, what's so interesting to me is Dre actually has moments of clarity where she realizes some of the things that she has done, but then it's like she gets sucked right back into it. And, she has fed herself this belief system that what she is doing is actually helping him by giving him spoonfuls of herbs and cayenne and everything like this, which, can be very detrimental to your stomach and your esophagus as well, and your intestines.
Like, I don't want to think about it, because I was calm whenever it was happening. I want to be calm after. And I have Jehovah. So I don't.
Now, I have a question. Would you guys be calm after your loved one having 7, 8 seizures? And actually, the first night that Marissa and I was live on my channel at about 3 o'clock in the morning, this is when Dre went on another Facebook channel, and she giggled and she said it was way more than 7 or 8. So personally, I wouldn't be calm, and I wouldn't want my loved one to go through seizure after seizure after seizure, because apparently what you're giving him is not working if he's continuing to have seizure after seizure after seizure while you're recording it. That is not working for you, Dre. And I'm sure poor Vaughn the next day had to feel absolutely horrible, because one seizure, sometimes takes days to get over. But the man is in the back of the car right now. probably laying down, and you love him so much, but you don't love him enough to call the ambulance because you think they're terrible, because they believe in science, they believe in the FDA. I mean, we don't have to completely agree with everything that the FDA has ever done, but for the most part, they, in my opinion, have really helped. They give us, you know, there's a lot of, drugs that other people, uh, my half of my family that I married into are originally from a different country. One of my sister-in-law, she got a shot that the doctor gave her in her native country, and it destroyed her bone density. But it's not that drug that is used, we cannot use in this country, thanks to the FDA. So we don't have to agree with 100% of what every human, this entity has done, but I believe for the most part they try to keep us safe. There we have the most stringent, rules of medicine in the entire world, because they are, and there is still, it still happens that medicine, sometimes things can happen, but in other parts of the world they just stick a needle in you, and hell, if you live you live, if you don't you don't. So be glad that we have the strictest criteria in the world, and we live, in my opinion, I'm sorry, to all the people out there, but everybody thinks their country is the greatest, and I believe that, I am so glad to be from America, and I'm proud that we have the strictest, and we have the most advanced technology, and for something as serious as a seizure, but as something that is so simple to be taken with daily medication, and not these herbs and these uh, cayenne pepper you're dosing down his throat, and these uh, things you're dissolving in liquids and droppers. That's a problem, Dre. And I just think you got lost. I think you just got lost and created this belief system that it wasn't working for you. And it wasn't working for your family either, in my opinion.
Don't need to, like, when I start getting in my own head, then it gets hard and emotional for me. And I just feel like I didn't wake up feeling stressed, but so much was happening in the house. Like Jacob being in your closet stressed me out like so much. So then I'm just allowing everything to get to me now. And I don't want to be like that.
You're the strongest of us all. Everybody can keep the house afloat.
Uh, oh, Becca, I was meaning to read your comment. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, there we go. Becca says, "Thank you, Becca. I would try to be calm if it meant they would stay calm. I was very calm when I found my grandmother, but I freaked out later. Yes, had to be calm for mom. Yes, um, absolutely. It's best to stay calm during the time. Absolutely. But there's a difference in staying calm and then going live, or uh, filming your loved one having seizures after seizures, asking the chat for advice. You know what I mean? uh what Dre did was just ludicrous. Laura, thank you so much. I appreciate your membership. Thank you.
Like, it's always great. This is nothing new in my life. So it's next time. If there is a next time. Like straight booty. I love you. Getting out is the best for you. Yes, Paula. Oh, Samantha. Thank you, Amanda. Amanda, it smells like
You see Vaughn's fingers right there. You can see his finger on the seat, one finger.
straight booty. But if you get the right valerian, if you get the like Frontier Co-op, it's actually sweet. I don't want to say the right valerian because not like you have a wrong one. Oh God.
It don't even stink to me.
Yeah, same. Valerian is like cool now. The essential oil, I got the valerian root essential oil from Mountain Rose Herbs, and it smells nothing at all like it tastes like any nothing. It doesn't taste like the powder. It don't smell like the powder. It is so sweet. Well, not really sweet. It has a sharp smell to it. I don't know. Like I would describe peppermint as sharp, as a sharp smell. And that's what I feel valerian is. Like it could totally be a man's perfume. I wonder.
Welcome to membership, Judy. Thank you. I
Yeah,
appreciate your
but it
membership.
smells so good to me.
Angela,
The one
let's
from
do our
Mountain Rose
makeup while your
Herbs.
husband is sick in the back seat. Great idea.
You're so right, Amber. You're so right. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Amber. She says, "You are so strong. I admire your faith and ability, my mouth, to get through life and everything that comes with it. We all do. And you're never alone and always have us." Vaughn, it's such a blessing to hear your voice.
Thank you.
She said, "Thank God," in Spanish. Say that in English sounds bad. Thank God.
Thank you, Desired. Thank you, Desired.
It sounds better in Spanish. Okay, we're gonna go home. I'll do my other eyebrow over there. Okay, you guys, I'm gonna get off. I need to hurry up and go home. I have something special in 20 minutes and I need to get going.
So Vaughn starts coughing and stuff, and You know, she's like, I've got something special in 20 minutes. Because it's all about you. You know, it's just, yes, she uses 180 units, yes, which is way crazy, way crazy. You know, there was no taking him to the hospital for that or anything. It was, you know, it was just always something with her, always something. Somebody sent, here is a video, maybe. We might, I don't know if we've seen this one or not. This is Dre with one of her new knives.
Hi guys. Okay. Okay. So I like knives. Yesterday I put my saliva on him. So did. Just me. Is it okay? Do you like it? Is it weird? Tell me what you feel. Hi. Where can I bury a dead body? Huh? I was eating a COOKIE. May they be pleasing to you, Lord. So I'm getting ready to leave the Airbnb that we were staying at, and as promised, I wanted to show you what it looks like. Okay. I look at you and I want you so bad that it makes me want to hurt you. Let me put this right here. Oh, perfect. Okay. I just wanna see how beautiful you are.
This video creeps me out. This one right here. It's like she's
Aluminum, for example, whenever you're cooking food, don't put aluminum over your food and put it in the oven, dude, because that's going to release the fumes. And probably really strong pain medication. And I don't even trip.
guys, make sure y'all sub.
Give you strong pain medication, let me know. I'll go to Mexico. Like, and I told him if they
Make sure y'all subscribe to True Seeker. True Seeker is in here, and love how True Seeker finds these and edits them and compiles them all together. So this is Dre. Says she'll go to Mexico to get pain meds for Vaughn.
X-rays and probably really strong pain medication. And I told Vaughn, don't even trip. If they don't give you strong pain medication, let me know. I'll go to Mexico. Like, and I told him, if they start asking you what you're taking for your seizures, just say valerian root. That's it. Keep it simple, because it's not like it's gonna matter anyways. You know, they don't really be paying attention to all the crap that we mentioned that he takes, and besides that, that doesn't even matter. You know, so I want to spend as little amount of time explaining himself as possible. So keep it simple. What do you use for seizures? Valerian root. That's it. Like, we don't need to go through the whole spiel and tell them everything, because that's not what we're here for. You know, we're here at the hospital. I mean, this is what I was telling him. I'm still not there, you know. We're not there to be interrogated. We're not there to be, you know, ask a million questions or talk about seizures. We're there to get x-rays to find out what happened to your back and get some pain medication. Hell yeah, Jessica, I can. I am. Man, Satan is funny, man. Satan is funny. Like, you cannot take a break, bro. But it's cool. Like, you know what? If anything, like me and Vaughn, like, y'all don't understand how good of a place he has been. Like, we all today, like, we've been thinking about what blessings have come out of him having seizures, you know? There are so many blessings that have come.
So, Opal, thank you for your membership. I greatly appreciate it. So, you know, it's really terrible to lie to a doctor about anything. She was literally coaching Vaughn to say that he only took valerian root for seizures. That is very, very dangerous. These drugs and these other herbs that she is mixing can create adverse side effects, um, you know, mess with your breathing, your oxygen level, can create depression or anything. You know, I don't know if is it illegal to lie to a doctor? I don't know. Like, I mean, I think it's illegal if you like have controlled substances that you're getting. But a doctor doesn't know what you're taking, especially herbs and stuff, if you don't tell them. And as Dre wants to say that she's Vaughn's doctor, but the only thing Dre is, you know, some lady mixing herbs together like a witch doctor. She's literally coaching him, telling him what he should say. Then she's literally admitting that she's going across the border to get controlled substances. Now, Dre, my question is, you're coaching him to do this. Why don't you want the doctor to know what all you're giving him? Why? Because if you can't be honest with a doctor about what you're giving him, to me, that proves intent, that you know what you're doing or giving is wrong. Welcome to membership, Tracy. Thank you for your membership. Otherwise, you wouldn't coach him and have him to lie. Because you know, if you didn't coach him, Vaughn would literally tell the truth. I mean, at the end of the day, yes, it's his responsibility to tell the truth. But I also think that he was thank you, SoCal Cat Lady. The singing video just creeps me out. It's almost like she's extra proud of her. That video bothers me. It's that one video. It just really bothers me because it's like she's there singing and dancing and she's just looking over him, and it's just something about it. So, when you're giving him barbiturates for his seizures that may or may not be prescribed, um, and in my opinion, it's probably the latter of those two things that I just mentioned. Barbiturates is a very, very serious drug, and you can overdose very easy on that. Not to mention that he has overdosed on the barbiturates that he has ingested. The 911 call, when you guys said that you had to run in the bathroom because you were scared of Vaughn, and he was on the couch passed out. I can't remember if that 911 call, if you'd said what you had given or what he had taken, either given or taken allegedly. I don't. But it's if you're giving this to him and he is overdosing, and the man allegedly tries to commit S in a closet with a belt, and he has no phone, and he has no car, and he has no friends, no support system, and he's trying to get his life back, and he's starting to go to this doctor who's helping him and everything, but you think he's literally planting seeds inside of him, like almost physically, by your words, not mine. And I mean, what kind of recipe do you think that is causing him when he is not even eating right as a vegan? You're doing this extreme. And we showed you the video the other day of, hello,
Hey, my papito.
how are
Go ahead.
you?
Well, I
We
haven't.
showed
Okay,
we
what?
showed you this video the other day of Vaughn being in such pain.
Yeah,
Such
when
pain.
he.
He
Yeah,
left the table.
right. I
I
remember
mean,
that.
what kind of recipe that you are giving him, Dre, after an overdose and attempted S, according to you? What do you expect? Thank you, Kimberly. Welcome to membership. I appreciate your membership.
Well, I have a little bit of announcement.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow,
Mm-hmm.
Miss Jackson and Mr. Jackson want to clear a bunch of stuff up tomorrow.
Oh,
Turns
okay.
out that there's a lot of pissed off people in this family, and they're being attacked. And then I heard from an admin of one of the groups that said that this is just way too much. The way that they're attacking and cloning, and I feel terrible for this family. I really, really do. What did they do? And for anyone that's going to side with anyone aside from the victim's family, we got to pray for your ass. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
But you want to know something? I'm over here and I got them saying, please don't give up, Miss Molly. Please don't stop, Miss Molly. Please don't Justin, you stop. And I'm like, I'm going to stop. Just ignore these idiots. They have no compassion, no empathy, no heart, no soul. Just pray that they never have children, these idiots. They've done nothing to deserve it. But no, there's all these lies going around, and they're finding out about these things. I mean, they're trying to piss off Von's sister, the mother, the father, the stepmother, and people in the admin groups. Why? What did this family do to them? I don't know who these people are. I don't know what these people are. But you know what?
We need
Stop
to
it.
get. They need to get a. If anybody knows like a victim advocate, please email me.
They
Like a
are.
real
They're
victim
trying
advocate.
to get one. They are trying to find one.
Because the victim advocate, who's a serious victim advocate,
Yes.
will deal with it.
Yes. Sometimes I say I'm a victim's advocate, but you have to have certain credentials in order to be that, and I don't have them. And at 47, I refuse to go back to school. It's not going to happen. There's a way that I can help victims without having to spend tons of money on degrees that I'm never going to use. That's it. Well, this is the thing, Kate. It would be nice. I'd love to highlight your comment by saying stay off social media, but how would they? This is how they found out, Kate. This is how they found out that Marvon was on life support.
I understand both your points. I mean, I understand both your points, and that's the problem therein is what do you do? You know, I mean, uh, okay, so Mr. Vaughn has a criminal history. Okay,
I don't
so
know what it is
Letitia
because
has
I
a
never
criminal
looked.
history.
We don't
Okay,
care.
so
We
what?
don't care.
Their child is in a hospital, and I would do it for anybody's child, anybody's child.
Well, also, um, I don't know where this rumor is that Miss Letitia doesn't have a lawyer. I
Well, it was
spoke
actually put
to
out last night that who one of her lawyers actually was.
right, and Letitia was shocked. Like, what's the point of doing that? So I did ask Miss Wynette. You know, apparently people are making a big deal about it, saying that he misspoke and said she had a lawyer. He didn't know about that. That, like I said, they weren't communicating.
Thank you, Becca. Welcome to membership. I
But
appreciate
she
it.
did. She does have an attorney. And what are you going to do? You're going to harass the attorney? That's not going to work out
She
well.
has more than one attorney, Marissa.
I know. I don't. But what are you going to do? You're going to harass the attorney?
Yeah, good luck with that.
Just leave them alone. How does that make you feel good?
I don't understand it.
I don't either, because I'm not a psycho.
You know, we've really tried to not mention, first of all, we don't put on our social media multiple times a day about anything pertaining to YouTubers or anything. It actually does nothing. It does nothing. I mean, if people want to paint a narrative, I guess that's their prerogative. But at the end, it just shows that people are attacking family that of someone who either A committed suicide or B is a victim of something more nefarious. And either way, it's a really bad look. It's a really bad look to be doing this to family members when they are the victim in this either way, regardless of whether they have a criminal history from here to Mars.
Well, I'll tell you what. I shouldn't have to get calls in the evening saying, begging me and Justin not to give up. We had no plans on giving up. We had no plans on what do we do? Oh yeah, we're being bullied. Oh, this is too much. No, I get why these young ladies over on Facebook, they're like, whoa, we need to take a step back. We weren't expect all of this.
Mama Bear, you're correct. Attempted, not committed. You're right. I'm sorry. TWR clan, thank you. Drop me a link, please. Okay. You'll just have to show your face.
You're right, Shaz. The family shouldn't be kept from Vaughn. And that's one of the reasons why there's more suspicion. All the suspicious thoughts that go through everyone's head that's talking about this case, that's watching this case, is because of Andrea herself. Plain and simple. Open shut. She put it out there. We're watching it.
I mean, it's not like they're there every day. They don't live in Arizona.
Yeah, and there's not much they can do from Savannah.
What do you mean?
Oh, she told me. She said that they tried to get in touch with attorneys in Savannah that they could work with, and they said no, just Arizona. And it's the truth. They don't really know what to do. And then at the same time, like me and him are trying to help them out. And then it's all about, oh, because we're trying to help these people, that we must be getting something out of it. Really? Really? We're not getting anything out of it. What, we're getting more views? What, because we got more subs and you haven't gotten a sub in the past month? Grow up. Grow up.
Hey, Isabel.
Hi.
How are you?
Hi.
I'm trying to shut off my camera. Sorry.
It's okay. It's off.
I can't even. Okay. One thing is, I followed her. Sorry, my birds are going crazy, but I followed her from previous years, and to see her, yes, she was funny. Wacky Wednesday, crazy makeup, yes, loved it. But it's so crazy that, you know, and I go back to work soon, and I've been just involved in your guys' freaking streams every freaking day. So I don't even want to go back to work because what I see with you guys. But I do feel bad that, you know, the family is going through this, and especially Molly's getting a lot of stuff for hate and blah, 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 whatever it is. But I'm just glad that, you know, you guys are sticking up for him. And as far as anyone's concerned, it should be only the people who literally like love him try to fight. And yes, you guys don't know him. I don't know him, but I want to see him pull through this just to see what the hell is going to happen. And Molly, everyone's going to say something about you, girl. Everyone is going to say this and that. And I love how Justin is just like, Molly, give her 5 minutes and she'll come back. And I love that you just come back from this. I mean, the people who, if you look at my account, I'm a nobody. I don't even stream. Those videos on this account are from like my family, from when my kids were little. But just keep doing what you're doing, Molly, for real. I'm in Arizona. I could be over there in Tucson, but I'm going to go over there and bother that girl. Like, you guys just need to keep really trying to find out information, because I love watching this and I just want to know what's new, what the hell is going on. Fight for that family, because those people in Georgia, and yes, they have whatever background. People have backgrounds. Who gives a shit?
Right.
I won't be judged by a low life. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Don't. I'm just glad you guys let me up here. Delete this video because it says my real name, and I don't have any information. I mean, I'm a nobody again, but delete my
You can
Thank you
change
guys.
that. It's easy. You got to
I'll have
change
to
that.
change it. All right. Bye, guys.
Nice
Bye
talking to you,
bye.
Ozone.
Bye.
All right. Take care. Next we have Kim. Guys, I've got a couple here on chat. Just make it very quick, please. Hi,
I got a
Kim.
hi. How are you? You both look fabulous. I got a dumb question. As a nurse, I got hurt in '08, so I haven't been a nurse for a long time. But working in nursing homes, anyone that had seizures, we had to take blood to see the level of the medication is right for the dosage that we give them.
Mm-hmm.
If Why haven't their doctors filed a complaint that he hasn't been getting levels taken? And
He has.
the
He
blood
has.
levels,
You mean
Parents just can't find out. The
ho-
answers are out there, but only Dre knows them.
no, I
well,
meant
wait a minute. Do you mean before the accident or
yeah,
whatever?
before the accident.
Well, we don't know that that was prescribed to him because in my opinion, I don't think it was prescribed.
Then they're
I
gonna
think
ask
I
why, because well, we know,
precisely.
yeah, and the cops will dig further into that. Second question, and then I'm off. You said that there is scratches on his left arm and hand.
Left arm, yeah.
Okay, and you're asking about, could it be a knife? Could it be fingernails? He was blocking her from fighting him. I don't know. Just a thought.
We don't know. We weren't
I
there.
don't know. Just a thought. That's all. You guys look fabulous. Love you both. You guys are doing an amazing job. Hang in there. This is a tough case. Love you.
Yes.
Why not? Do you want to take a link and come up here? Why not? Why don't you copy that link and come on up here? I just got off the phone with her. So she told me, she's like, Justin's still alive. Live, not alive.
I'll be. I need to go tinkle.
Tinkle?
Okay. Don't run off. Don't storm off.
I'm fine. Exactly. Dre. Velasquez. So yeah, what they did was they made suggestions, verbiage, everyone, to Mr. Jackson. Did I have leftovers? I didn't eat dinner. I haven't really eaten today. Basketball. Dog needed a bath and what's that? DB's organic superfruit. I got these other ones that are sugar free, and when they rang them up at the supermarket, I was like $11 for real. Thank you, Percy. Sam's Club, yeah, I went to Sam's Club today. Oh, Sam's Club came out with another thing of tamales. I was like, oh my God, did they get rid of the other ones? Because I'll die. They didn't. They kept them. So let me show you.
That's probably because the sales went up 3,000% since you started buying them there, and they're like, well, might as well create another one.
All right. So these are the normal Sam's Club tamales that I love. These are the new ones that they're carrying. I was like, what?
Can you show me what they look like?
You steam them. Put them in the steamer.
Is it a corn husk?
Yeah, there's corn husks around them.
Thank you, dear. So he took his vitamins before he and tried to. Doesn't make sense. Yeah. Excuse me. It's very strange. Thank you, Christina. I love yours too.
Yeah, he took his vitamins. Ain't that something?
Someone just sent me an email, and I need to check something on this report. Um, Sweet Tea and Biggie, hello.
Hey, I'm gonna turn my camera off, please.
Okay, sure. Sorry,
Hey,
I didn't want to.
I'll be quick. I just want to talk to a friend of mine from high school that was a retired detective, and he said that unfortunately, he was a detective for 30 years. He said, unfortunately, in time on cases that involve unalivings or drug overdoses, sometimes don't go the extra mile because they said they feel sometimes if the victim doesn't care, why should they kind of attitude? And
You know something. What do you mean the victim?
like the person that the call was on, like the person that actually
The
died.
victim's family?
No, like when they go on the calls for somebody that unalived themselves or go on the calls for overdoses that resulted in death, that they the officers sometimes don't go the extra mile because their attitude is, well, they didn't care enough about living or taking care of themselves as far as an overdose goes. So why should we go the extra mile for the Yeah, exactly,
You
for the
know,
family.
yeah, you know something. I have talked to two people today. Similar said the same thing about, but theirs was, they've known this. They've known the house has been uh, troublesome, meaning they've gotten 25 calls and everything, and they just think, oh my god, it's just another call, you
Right.
know. But sadly, we can't think like that as officers because it's still a life, and and we still have to. Everything deserves to be investigated.
And
Um,
I actually telling him about you guys, what y'all been doing for Miss Letitia and everybody keeping eyes on this case instead of it getting shuffled under other files and lost in the shuffle. And he said, tell them to keep doing what they're doing. He said, because there was one case, he said that it was an overdose and it didn't go any further in an investigation. But then the family and friends, this was a couple of years ago, he said, but the family and friends did more investigating and found out that a guy that was actually with the victim that night hot shotted him. And he was recorded by somebody else saying it, and he was later arrested. So just keep fighting for this family and don't care what anybody says because it'll all come out in the wash. He said, just
that's
trust the
right.
process.
That's right.
So,
We got to keep our nose down.
yep.
Everything
All
that
right.
Miss Barnett has said has come to fruition, and it's scary.
Absolutely. And the prayers, we'll just keep praying that, he opens,
Amen.
he gets justice, and these kids are taken care of. So,
Yes,
y'all have a
that's
great
right.
night.
Thank you, sweetie and Biggie. Love you, honey. Take
Love you
care.
too, sweetie. Bye.
Bye bye. Francie says, Marissa, I have a question for you. When you showed pics from the backyard, was there a sidewalk leading to the shed? If so, the scrapes on his arm could have been from drag from the shed. We the only pictures that we ever showed of the backyard was from Zillow. And when the house was sold in
18?
something.
No.
No, 2008, I think it was. Something like that. I can't remember. But that's the only photos that we have ever shown of the backyard. There's been other people said that we taken pictures and stuff. That is 0%. Um,
All I did
but
was zoom in on them.
you what?
All I did was zoom in on them. Those pictures,
Yeah,
all I did was zoom in on them.
yeah. Um, but like I said earlier when I was talking, it could be from a number of different things. It could be where he fell whenever the rope came off. It could be defensive wounds. It could be where he was drugged. It could be from where CPR or something.
Justin. 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 Justin.
Yes, dear.
Yeah, you can microwave them. What are you doing?
My son. Hold on one second.
Aww. Her pajamas, she's got to dry off first. We're gonna try and blow dry her. She doesn't like that, so I gotta wait for her to dry. Where is she? Violet.
Okay.
It's right here.
I want to look at this thing. Hold on one second.
By the way, did she show up for court? Oh, you're in Hoboken?
I believe it's tomorrow.
Oh.
But you're not gonna believe. I sent you a text earlier. You're not gonna believe the thing I got, but do
I
not
won't say
read
anything.
it out loud. Yeah, court's tomorrow.
Is this what you and Letitia or just you?
Just me.
I don't know. I know. I was in that conversation.
No, I got an email. It's
I
not
don't know.
that.
You got an email.
Yes. Okay. Now I want to see on this if does it say that the EMT cut. I've got to. Okay. Does it say that the EMT cut down the rope, or does it say that the rope was already in the floor?
It said it was on the floor, right?
I don't know. Because I got an email and I want to make sure.
Why am I eating an ice pop? Because it keeps me awake. That's why. Does it bother you?
Disagreements they had whenever she was slept on the couch. She woke up at 7:15. After disagreeing, the wobbly chair fuses. Uh, she was at the residence. I asked Dre to walk to me in front of the residence at the Yuma Fire Department to her husband. I noticed that Dre Mccray was agitated. The definition of agitated.
Oh, that's Terry.
The definition of agitated.
I was gonna ask. Oh, okay.
Definition of agitated is feeling or appearing troubled or nervous.
Interesting question.
Sure.
Ask Siri what it says, their definition.
Siri, what is the definition of agitation?
Agitation means a state of anxiety or nervous excitement. Do you want to hear the next one?
Yes.
It means the action of briskly stirring or disturbing something, especially a liquid. Do you want to hear the last one?
Yes.
Thank you, Danny.
It means the action of arousing public concern about an issue and pressing for action on it.
Okay,
we'll take number one.
To me, agitated is a state of pissiness. You know what I mean? It's a state of
annoyance.
Annoying. Yes.
Irritability.
Yes.
Being irritable. Yeah.
Yes. Then we would have changed abusive to her. I want to see where it says that rope. He went into the children's bathroom to clean up. Okay, after disagreeing for a while. Okay. A definition.
Did they note that she didn't cry?
Yes.
Interesting. I think I'd be traumatized for life, even if I ran into like a next door neighbor hanging. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But the father of your child, your husband, hanging.
I'm going to tell you something, Marissa. It is okay. You know, you've seen the Halloween. You know how they do like the hanging up in the trees and stuff like that.
I don't like that.
I don't either. But now, a real person, when you see it, it is so shocking. You can't even take it in.
Yeah, you can't comprehend. I'm sure you're going to be frozen.
It's
I wouldn't, honestly, I don't know how my reaction would be. Nobody walks in or ever expects something like that. And here she is, right? I'm living my best life. Just remember, full face and makeup, wig. I'm living my best life. I remember Casey Anthony when she was on trial. Remember when Casey Anthony was on trial? And she had that tattoo that she got right
what
after
was
she
that
got rid
tattoo?
of her baby. Casey Anthony got a tattoo on like her back shoulder, right?
Yes.
And you can look it up. Casey Anthony's tattoo. And they had her, when she was on trial, they brought up that tattoo. They're like, it means that, yeah, Belvita.
That's it.
Yeah. She got reamed for that.
Take it to that page.
Beautiful life. There it is. Beautiful life. Really? Your life is so beautiful now? Why? Because you OD'd your kid, right? On Xanax? Zanny the nanny and left her in a trunk? Sick bitch.
How did she like Dre told officers she didn't know if he had taken too much for a substance himself. So she's clearing
Yeah.
herself of anything. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
She's smart.
She didn't want them looking at her sideways. Girl, your problems have barely started. I'll tell you what, you better show up for that court, because if you don't, oh, she doesn't. What are you running from? What are you running from, girl? Running from something.
So I was looking if K can build up in your system. Maybe if I can find it. It says it is said to work in the way as magnesium for the receptors of the responsibility of the tolerance. One of the downsides of using K regularly is that your tolerance can build up, meaning that you will need higher doses to achieve the same result. But magnesium can fend that off. 7 ways to potent K and make it last longer. Let's look at this.
Kratom.
Okay, 7 ways uh take on an empty stomach. K and coffee together.
Equals gold?
Yes.
Wow. Wow, what are we missing out on?
Magnesium is actually a great way to prevent and reduce tolerance of K. It is said to work the way magnesium. Marissa,
What, baby?
you are smacking that sound. What is that sound?
A peanut butter cup?
God, I can't. I hate the sounds of. Okay. Magnesium. One of the downsides of using K up in your system, and they will need her, but magnesium can fend that off. It's great to see the results of magnesium taurate. You can easily order it from the affordable price. Okay, K and Phenibut. Phenibut is a standalone neurotropic. Yes, it boosts mood, anxiety, riddling of social enhancing benefits. K is a social enhancing drug.
Social?
Yes. It helps.
With the alcohol?
No, it socially, meaning it helps you with social anxieties. It helps you to talk more, and it really does because
Okay, and so does pot. So
well,
does alcohol.
but like I said, like when I had that sample of K that they gave me. Hold on.
Beth, you ain't kidding me. You ain't kidding.
But it can be like it makes you like talk more and just be more social. But like the way Dre is saying that this K builds up in your system like it's a toxicity or something is not true. It's not true. Uh the only like you get immune to it and that you can take higher and higher doses, but it's like she's saying like I don't know if it built up in a system. Grapefruit juice, the tea method, and the other day we was reading that the cayenne pepper really really helps enhance WXYZ. They the terpenes is they are crazy, and they are actually originally from West Virginia. Why, was something wrong with Tom earlier? Uh, Tina, thank you so much. Was Tom being a troll? Because he was writing stuff in my back chat earlier. That's why I was asking. You just emailed me? Okay.
Look at this picture. Look at this picture of Marvon. And no, that's not when he was a child.
Wow. Oh, Tom, Molly's blanket. Gotcha. That's funny. There was a guy, Tom, that came up earlier. Okay. Thank you for sending me this. Y'all are fantastic, man. Thank y'all. Um, I told her I would write the information report to the document of the incident. I told her I would go back to the shed to document the area. I went to the shed and noticed a rope on the floor where Marvon Mccray was. I collected the rope and placed it into evidence. I noticed the chair she mentioned earlier. The main beam went across the center of the shed from the opening area into the back of the shed. I videoed the shed from within my body worn camera. Okay. So I think I remember it stating that they wasn't sure if the rope. One of the officers said he wasn't sure if the rope was had been cut down by the fire department or the paramedics because he wasn't there. But then the other one said the rope had already been cut down. I think that's what it was. Pretty sure. So this is what.
Who is MB?
Huh?
Who's MB?
MB? I have no idea. Seems like Dre appears in court often. Shows here her driving was suspended due to failure to appear. Hold on. It's F, P, and H. Um, hold on, guys. I'm looking up something. Why does it say blocked? Why? I don't get it. New case. Traffic. I don't get it. Okay. Okay, so right here, it's all public records. So this is from filing date 9/18/2019. Improper stop signal lamp collar. Driving on a license suspended for FT failing to appear. Okay. So they suspended her license for failure to appear, which they will do. And the fee was $991. Citation filed. Case receivable generated $173. So I guess she doesn't like to go to court.
Well, she better pray that she shows up tomorrow. Oh my God, if she doesn't show up tomorrow, oh my God. Oh my God. I hope she doesn't. Hey, you know, she said, I'm what? I'm as consistent AF, right? Right?
Yes. Please keep MB. Who's MB? I don't even know who MB is.
There are people that know where she is.
We don't.
We don't.
I don't care where she is.
Neither.
Justin, page 14, EMT said cut down rope was in their way. 14. Okay, thank you, Tony. Let me look at this. They are in hospital.
Yeah, we know about the 12-year-old boy in England. I said a prayer for him the other day. She's not above the law. She thinks she is. I have full faith in what Wynette says because everything that Miss Wynette has said that she thought was going to happen, it happened. Like she's some sort of oracle or something. I don't know if she's still here or not, but everything that she said that she thought was going to happen has happened.
I'm looking.
Mm-hmm.
I look. Okay, I'm going to share this.
Miss Wynette is Mr. Jackson's Marvon's stepmother.
Yuma courts are still being done through Zoom. Justin, I sent you the passcodes. Thank you, Napa. That'll be great. Thank you, my dear. Okay, I looked inside the shed, which seemed to be used for storage, and asked Yuma Fire Department personnel if they knew where Marvon Mccray was hanging. Yuma Fire Department said, yep, and showed me where they had removed the rope from because it was in the way. Okay.
Wow. I remember that.
Yuma Fire Department personnel held the rope and showed me the rope was hanging from the center of the shed. Okay, Yuma Fire Department personnel then dropped the. I don't even remember seeing this part. Leaving it in the center of the shed. The shed had some items on the right and left, like a few shop vacs. Oh, I read this. I remember this now. Like a few shop vacs, but it was at the center. But the center was clear. I took photographs of the metal shed and a rope. The rope appeared long and was thick, heavy-duty, twisted type of rope. I did not inspect the rope further. I uploaded all photos to the evidence.com. I walked to the patrol vehicle to move closer to the evidence since the rescue until he had gone and parked. Okay, so my question is, if they cut it down, I can't imagine her making a cut next to here. Next to his neck.
It wasn't thick. They said it was half an inch thick. That's what it said. That's what the police report said. Half an inch thick rope. And it wasn't frayed.
The shed and had some items on the left and the right, like a few shop vacs and random household items, but the center was clear. I took photographs of the metal shed and a rope. The rope appeared long and it was thick, heavy duty, twisted type of rope. The other officer described it as manila. I did not inspect the rope any further. I uploaded off. Okay, I already read all that. Okay. Rescue until the gone, and I parked further down the street. I walked back to Officer Aguna located with Dre, and she is talking to him about Marvon's behavior. I asked Dre if the children were okay. I asked because the call note stated there were children in the home. Dre said her children did not know what happened. Dre stated she called her daughter, redacted, to help, but did not want her to see, so she told her to go back inside. I mean, so she told the one daughter knew, but she didn't see it. Do you think that the one daughter wouldn't say anything?
That's
Like
what a
when she
family
walked back
member
in?
said. A family member once said that those daughters will have her back no matter what. Remember? I don't know.
What?
You don't remember that?
What do you mean? I don't get it.
Remember one of the family members said, no matter what, those little girls are gonna have her back.
No, I know that, but what I'm saying is, do you think the oldest, like I guess it's the oldest daughter, went
Yeah.
outside and she said, she knew what happened, but she didn't see. Dre told her to go back inside. Do you think that kid would have told the other kids what was going on?
All I know is that she supposedly took the dog inside. Stop CPR to take the dog inside of the house. Don't ask me how that played out. I wasn't there. Yeah, call her and then send her back inside.
So Dre said she was freaking out. Dre said she needed to, quote, get him, end quote, but didn't know how, and she was scared. Dre stated the children probably heard her screaming but did not see any of it. Since the children were not witnesses of the incident, I did not speak to the children. I offered Amber. Okay. Hmm. I also offered Marvon state of birth and name. I walked with Yuma Fire Department to the ambulance, and I informed the Yuma Fire Department they were able to get a pulse. I walked to Officer Inga. Was Dre told the officers having a pulse? Dre heard. Okay, she told one officer told Officer. How do you pronounce it? Iguina. Iguina and Marvon Mccray having a pulse. Dre Mccray heard and her eyes got real big. And she stood up, reached out to me, grabbing my hands. She was shaking and her hands felt cool to the touch. Yuma Fire Department transported Marvon to the hospital. Interesting.
See, the thing is, Ari, thank you for the super chat, but the thing is all these questions that all 1,000 of you are asking, if you were to ask Dre herself, you would be blocked and deleted.
If Vaughn is unalive, would anyone know if Dre decides not to tell anyone for some time? Yeah. I mean, that's absolutely true. He could potentially. that could
No.
happen.
But then he would have been dead if he was hanging.
No, Marissa. If she's saying if he was unalive, meaning like right now, would Dre tell anybody? We don't know if she
I
would
don't
tell
know.
anybody.
Yeah, I can't even begin to think what's going on in that girl's head.
Like if something happened to him. I mean, she's technically got full reign of that as of now. We don't know if the other officer checked on the children. No, we do know that they both stated in their reports that nobody checked on the children. That is something we do know from the police reports. She stood behind him and said, "Why did she get scared when EMT said he has a pulse?" It just says her eyes got very big when she heard he had a pulse. That's a good point, Pauline. And also, if you're standing outside one second.
Ouch. I can't believe she didn't record the whole thing. I mean, it's just me. I mean, she records everything else. Man.
That is a very good point.
That's an amazing point.
Yes. You know, out in the sun, you would think
that her
that
her hands would have been hotter.
She's in the desert.
Yeah. Tucson.
You're doing chest compressions. You're running around. You're running around.
Sweating, screaming, freaking out. No, cold hands.
That
Ice
is
cold
such
hands.
a good point.
Ouch.
That's such a good point.
And how would they know? They probably tested her and said,
Hold
ma'am.
on. I'm going to check what the temperature was. Hold on 1 second.
Well, let's call up a cop. Let me call a cop, all right? Let's see if Pucho's around. Well, we'll try Eric. Hold on. Pick up the phone, yo. If you don't pick up the phone now. I know he's going to pick up now. It's not like you got anything better to do, Eric. Really?
An automatic voice message system.
This motherfucker. All right, let's go, Pucho. Pucho. Hold on. All right, we're going to call my cousin, who's an active police officer in Philadelphia. Trying to call every cop in my phone. Come on, Pucho, pick up the phone.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Right, let me look at my contacts. Do we got any cops here? We got to have at least one. You know what? Let's call Adrian. See if he knows. We'll bother him.
Siempre mantén la distancia.
¿Qué?
It was 91 degrees at that time.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, babe, I have a question for you. We're live. So in this police report, right? In this police report, it claimed it states that the police officer shook or touched her hands, and that they noticed that Andrea's hands were ice cold or very cold. What was it, Justin? Ice cold or just very cold? Cold to the touch? What did it say?
It said cold to the touch.
All right, so cold to the touch. So a woman came up and said, wouldn't her hands be warmer if she was trying to do chest compressions? Now, I know you're not a cop or anything like that, but is there any way that there's some sort of special cop code where they try to shake a person's hands like a wife, because the wife was not crying, she wasn't freaking out, that said she was agitated, but her eyes opened wide when they said they found a pulse. So if it was 98,
I'm sorry, wait, I'm sorry. We're talking about the Marine still, right?
About the Marine, yes.
Okay. So the wife's hand, why were they commenting about the wife's hand in the first place?
That's our question.
She reached out.
I mean, if the wife's hand was cold, perhaps she was outside.
But it was 91 degrees.
Where did it?
What? 91 degrees doing chest compressions.
It was Yuma, Arizona, 91 degrees, and she was supposedly doing CPR and chest compressions, which would make your hands hot. Is there a code or a special handshake that police do to figure out if she's like, is that you know of? And they were also in a shed.
No, I think they would just write it. I think they would just write what they could prove.
Well, why would they grab her hand?
I don't know. There must have been some reason to do it, and when they did it, that's what they noticed.
No, Dre reached out to the cop's hand.
Oh, she reached out to the cop's hand for what?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
When they said he had a pulse.
Some alternative explanation.
She grabbed his hand.
She grabbed them. Okay.
Okay, but all right.
Adrian, you have CPR, right?
I know how to do CPR, right?
You were certified in it, correct?
Yeah, I don't even think that's really going to increase the temperature of your hand, though. It might increase your overall body temperature simply because, you're doing a physical activity. But why should we have cold hands? I have no idea.
No, I'm just saying 91 degrees outside. You're in that building. You're running around trying to find, a knife and everything, and you're trying to reach up there.
Maybe
and
she was in a state of shock. Maybe there's that.
Yeah, but
people that are in shock, they're they do feel cold and stuff like that.
No.
But I mean, I think you got to get to like the so what. I mean, what's the point? I mean, okay, so it wasn't because she was outside, because it was hot outside. That wouldn't have caused it.
Yeah, he woke up that morning at 7:15.
Did she have, did she go into the freezer and take out a bunch of peas and carrots? And was she juggling them? No, that's probably not it. What else could it be? And at the end of the day, what difference does it make? Those will be the two questions I would have for you.
Well, the police report is a bit of an anomaly if you just read it. And
well, is it? I mean, do you really know about what all these, how many police reports have you read? I mean, you're saying it's an anomaly, but I mean, have you read like
how many police reports I've read since?
A lot.
About 100.
You've read 100 police reports.
Not on this case, but like in my life, yeah.
No. I mean, like okay. And some of those police reports, like, I don't know, misdemeanors and petty stuff. I mean, how many, really, really serious, like, things involving death have you read?
Quite a few.
Okay, all right. I guess maybe you say it's an anomaly. Maybe it's an anomaly then.
All right. Well, thank you. Are you going to bed?
No, I'm in a bus right now, and I'm trying to get back.
Oh, okay. I love you. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
I'll talk to you.
Who is this guy? That guy would be my husband.
Katrina. My email. See, this is my okay. I'll drop my email. My thing is, it's 91 degrees outside. That alone is hot. The shed is hot. You're running around to get a knife. You're panicking. You're screaming. Your adrenaline is up. Major. You're supposedly giving chest compressions.
Maybe we could be overthinking the hand thing, but the reason we're not is because it was mentioned. If it wasn't mentioned in the police report, we wouldn't be talking about it.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Elle. So basically, right when I said it, Elle put, there's a reason why police noted that detail. You
Is
don't
Elle in here?
so? What don't you think so about?
Is Elle
I'm
in here?
anemic as well. I've been anemic for a really long time. My hands are cold, but I was also eating ice pops.
Oh, you can come up. Always. My hands are cold right now because I have it 30 degrees in here.
Yeah, my air conditioning is on 68. That's why I wear the sweater. It's perfect. It's the perfect amount of thickness.
I understand, like, your hands are normally cold and stuff, and they may even be cool, if you're outside, but this is real intense work. This is literally in the desert.
They say that, she claims that she stopped CPR to bring the dog inside of the house.
Maybe she didn't do it. It's true.
Unfortunately, we weren't there. Is the cop related to Dre?
No.
Some people think that she could possibly have been having an affair with a cop. That's been thrown around.
But
then
that's
there's
but there's no basis to believe that whatsoever. There's absolutely no basis for that.
Yeah, I agree with you, Christine. Plus, saying that her eyes got big when they found out that he had a pulse. Yeah, I'd be like, oh man. Oh well. Sorry. Well, I'll be here tomorrow. Justin will be with me tomorrow. Hopefully, LB will come
Haley,
up.
you'll have to show your face, honey. There we go. Hey, Haley.
Hey. Okay, one thing that I just wanted to say is the police report says that she called her daughter. Do you think that that means that she screamed for her daughter, or that she physically called her on her phone and told her to come help?
Hold on,
Wow.
let's see what the report says.
Find it.
And then my next question, I am one of my biggest fears about Letitia and Mr. Jackson going to see Vaughn is him not being with us whenever they go there, or her pulling the plug, or him just not being in the hospital that he was last in. That's my biggest fear for them. I
Well,
could
he's
not
not on the
imagine.
plug, so
I,
that's a good one.
I don't know if there's a plug anymore,
Oh.
per se. But I mean, things can change at any moment as well, too. So it's
It's just
it's
heartbreaking.
it really is. I noticed Dre was agitated. She would shake, unable to keep her hand steady, and her voice broke every now and then. I asked Dre to tell me what happened. Due to Dre going back and forth, I followed. The following is summary of my conversation. And what was your first question?
Did she call the daughter on her cell phone, or by just screaming and yelling?
I would assume screaming and yelling, because they didn't say phone. Right? And you want to know something? They can pull her full phone records without her phone. Because I once was called in for questioning. I think you know about this, Justin. When Mikey did a hit and run, killed 2 people, and all of a sudden, bada bing, bada boom, I'm being brought in for questioning. Now, my alibi, which I didn't realize because I didn't realize put 2 and 2 together, they're asking me all these questions and they're pulling out these papers of me and his wife going back and forth, going back, and the guy says to me, I'm literally, they even had like the mirror thing and everything. And they're asking me these questions and they're pulling typed out stuff of our text messages. He was like, they're like, did you send these text messages? And I'm like, yeah. They said, are you a lawyer? And I said, no. They're like, you sure do talk like one. And I'm like, nope, I watch a lot of Nancy Grace. I couldn't believe. They were like, where were you that Sunday, that April something? And I said, what day of the week was it? They said Sunday. And I said, I don't go anywhere on Sunday. I watch The Walking Dead. Turns out, bada bing, bada boom. Thursday, I had my that Thursday before the hit and run, I had just had a partial facelift and a nose job. So I couldn't leave the house. And they knew that. And you know how I knew my alibi was? Because I looked at my Instagram on that day. And I looked at my Instagram and then I called him back and I said, listen, I figured it out. I know where I was. I was home. I go, that Thursday, I just hadn't had plastic surgery. I go, I was doped up on pain meds that whole Sunday. And he goes, we knew that, Marissa. We were surprised that you didn't know that. And I was like, I go, well, no one knows their alibi. Like, have you guys ever seen any like cop shows or, you know, identification things, forensic science, when they say to people, where were you on May 10th, this past May 10th? Every time I hear that, I'm like, how the hell am I supposed to know?
I'm the same way because I don't remember. Like
I don't remember either. I'd be like, dude, you're gonna have to go through my phone. I would. I'd be like, dude, take my phone. Remember, your alibi can either put you in your iPhone will either put you away forever, or you could be or it could be helpful in acquitting you.
Right.
Everything is on this phone.
Well, the reason that I asked if she had called the daughter is because, so if I'm outside and I'm screaming you can hear from inside the house. And
Yeah.
so if she was stopping CPR to put the dogs up, she could have just yelled for her daughter again and said, "Put the dogs up." That's why I think that she actually physically called on her phone and said, "Come help me." And then the dog got out, and then, because then she was on the phone with 911 by that time, and they would not let her off the line. And so then she couldn't call her daughter to come get the dog.
She said that she thought the police report says, she said she cut Marvon Mccray down. She did not see any injuries, but saw red, which she believed to be blood on his left clavicle. Her eldest daughter heard her scream. So she heard her scream and she came outside.
Okay.
But according to Dre Mccray, her daughter did not see Marvon, so she would not be able to corroborate Dre and Marvon Mccray's positioning. Dre's children were inside the residence during the interview. None of them came outside. Although not seen, I could hear the children in the residence. So he could actually hear the children in the residence. So, and they did not sound to be agitated or distressed. Now, it's very interesting how this officer uses they did not seem to sound to be agitated or distressed. So he's using agitated as in, how did you use it, Marissa?
As an adjective?
Crying or annoying.
Oh, you need definition?
Yeah.
Oh, like agitated, like I would say irritable.
Restless.
Irritable. That's what I would say. Just a little, like bothered. Yes, like irritable. Like
annoyed.
Yeah,
Right.
like annoyed,
Annoyed.
and
Yeah.
I don't want to deal with it. Like go away.
Now, why? This is the thing. Why would there be blood appearing from his clavicle? Your clavicles right
Right here.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Jackson said that what he saw was where the injury would lie where a necklace would lie. That's what he said. And I don't think he even realized what he was saying. Do you get what I'm saying? I think he was so honest in what he was saying that he didn't realize that it was supposed to be up here.
I don't think they probably know, I mean, it could be of blood coming from his mouth or his nose and dripping on his clavicle.
I don't know.
That was not too far from the cut of the neck. Well, we don't know where. That's true. Definitely. Yeah. No, I get what you're saying now.
Kim.
That could be from the injury around his what you were saying, Marissa, down here.
He said it where
Right,
a necklace would lie.
but if the injury is here, your clavicle's here, so the blood is going to be
that
right there.
makes sense what you're saying.
Yes.
That makes sense. And like I said, I really don't think Mr. Jackson realized that it's supposed to be here and this is supposed to be broken. Remember that. The three doctors said that would be broken right there. It would have been broken.
My last thing that I want to say before I hop off is that it is a rumor that Dre has been renting Airbnbs.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
To not
If
go
you
to.
know, if you
we
don't. No, we don't. Thank you,
Okay.
Haley, but we don't.
Okay,
We don't
got
want
it.
to know where she's at or anything.
Oh, I have no clue where she's at.
Oh,
But
okay. All right.
it's just a rumor that she was trying to not be served papers
Yeah,
before.
that's true.
That,
Yeah,
yes, that's
we're
true.
true.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's
So
running. That's why we're all
yes.
suspicious. That
Yes.
isn't that Haley? Isn't that why you're watching? Because you're suspicious, right?
Yes, very
Oh,
suspicious.
okay. What about Liz? What about Kelly, Takinto, Moxie, Kimberly, Kate, Inga? What? What about you, Justin? Are you suspicious? Is
I'm
that
a
why
little
we're talking
sus.
about this for 4 hours?
I'm a little sus, but
Just a
that's all
little
I am is
sus.
suspicious.
Just a little suspicious. So if she's running, what is she running for? Why would she be running?
But suspicion does not mean she did anything as far as to Marvon.
Silence is loud. I know that.
Yeah, silence is also an answer, as Bullhorn Betty would say.
That's true.
Yes. Yes.
She
Okay.
makes herself more suspicious daily. Let's just wait and see tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a very big telling day, and we're going to get to talk to Marvon's father and stepfather. I hope you'll be here, Justin.
I'm gonna text you.
I'm going to bed. Good night.
Thank you,
Good
Haley.
night.
Bye.
I'm texting you something, Marissa.
She's not at the hospital. She's not there. She's going to keep on moving.
Don't say this out loud.
I don't have no loyalty to this girl.
Oh, Cam's back there. Hey, Cam.
Hi. Hey, just a couple statements. I've been a nurse, as you know, done CPR many times on the street when I found an accident in a snowstorm. Your hands don't get cold. Your body's worked up. You're ready for this to do the CPR. You know what you're doing. I always have cold hands. I always say cold hands, warm heart.
Yeah.
But when doing CPR, you don't have cold hands because you have one hand over the other to do the chest compression.
Right.
Number two, how could Dre do mouth to mouth when the rope is still around the neck? When the EMTs had to remove it, or the firefighters had to remove it because it was in the way. She couldn't do mouth to mouth. And number three, remember
That's true.
and remember the cut on the neck? We were determined if that could be the rope or maybe sore in his fold.
Mm-hmm.
And we were thinking it was the rope on the lower neck around the necklace area.
Mm-hmm.
That could drip down onto the shoulder bone.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes.
it was an open wound. So that, and we figured
Marissa,
it was from the rope.
that's a good point because I believe it said that they had to take the rope off of him
How could she do mouth
because
to
it was
mouth?
getting in the way. How can you do mouth to mouth when a rope is still around his neck?
You can't. You can't.
You're not. Marissa's not listening.
No, I'm hearing
Okay.
rope to rope.
You're not
mouth
comprehending. You're not comprehending it though.
You have to do 5 chests or 15 to 2 if you're only the only person. So you can't, if it's cutting his airway to unlive him, you can't get breath into him. You can't adjust his neck and to get that jaw out with that around his neck.
Yes, but Marissa, if he's
I'm
still got the
blunt.
rope
I'm
around his
sorry.
neck,
I
which,
know the fact that you had the cigarette in the air was just hilarious. All right.
Hey, I'm 61 years old, fought 2 bouts of cancers. F it.
Good.
I got stressed. My dad was murdered in a nursing home, and I turned state against him because Dad walked in COVID-19 free. He took 5 tests. He was rehab. He was joking. He was early signs of dementia, right? And he was joking around and all that. Within 2 weeks, he lost 40 pounds and died of COVID. Within 2 weeks, I asked, "What's the I's and O's?" And they go, "What's I's and O's?" So as a nurse, I had to explain to a nursing home what's intake and output. I go, "What is his weight?" He lost 40 pounds in the nursing home.
that's
He died
terrible.
within 2 weeks. Well, I reported him to state. You know what state told me? I just got the letter back. He was murdered. They didn't do weight. They told me The nurses says, how could you feed something like that? They call my dad a that. And the state replied, quote, quote, since it's through the COVID period, we couldn't do the 90-day emergency inspection. So we assume they have different staff and rules now. So they're giving my dad's murder a pass. He died of COVID, and they claimed dementia, but he just had a starter dementia and he was walking fine. In days he was bedbound.
Wow.
So, but CPR you can't do, and you would break bones on doing chest compression, doing the chest. But yeah, I have cold hands, and my hands were never cold doing CPR, no matter what the weather. There was snow coming down on this poor guy, and I was in the middle of the highway with people blocking traffic off, and the cops were blocking. And I go, please take over. It's been 20 minutes, and no, the EMTs are on their way. No, the EMTs are on the way. And I'm going, okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Thank you, Kim.
Just food for thought.
Well, that's very interesting. Very interesting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, hon. I'm sorry for your
care.
loss. She's hot shit.
Take care.
I'm going to get who murdered my dad. I'm going to get them to lose their license. And then I'm going to go after the state.
Yeah.
Because us nurses have to go through no matter what the problem is. I had to take care of a TB patient. They give me the wrong equipment, and I got tested positive for being exposed to TB.
Wow.
I can tell you stories, and I would love for you guys to dig in for how many oops there are in the nursing homes. And how
I
many
know.
cover it. But they let my dad's murder pass. Till I'm after him though. But God bless you guys. Love you both. Keep on the good fight. It's going to be hard, but you'll do it. Love you both.
Thank you. Love you, Annie. Bye-bye. Thanks for coming up, Kim. Bye-bye.
Blow your smoke in my face. That's how she's hot shit. Did you say? I saw you holding back the laugh.
She's always.
My God. Justin, you'll be on tomorrow with me?
Yeah, I'm at 4.5 hours. I'm done.
I know. I'm tired too. I haven't done the whole 4.5 hours, but you did a good job today.
Thank you.
I really didn't have the patience for anything today. Listen, when you get hit in the head with a basketball for no reason, you're going to be in a bad mood for the rest of the day. I promise you. There's nothing that this kid could say to me. All he could say is, Mom, it wasn't me.
Fluffy's turn.
Yeah, I got hit in the head.
You got hit in the head with a basketball?
Yeah, 9:00 in the morning.
Oh, God.
All right.
Good night, everyone.
Call me.
Love you
I'm
all.
going upstairs. Thank you, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
All. God bless. Good night.
God bless you all.
Merry Christmas.
Pressure
Justice for Vaughn.